Record. Dapat ganon. Yan ang tatandaan mo. Ikot-ikot ka. Kasi yun ang trabaho mo talaga. Okay? Okay, pakitanggal mo to. Pakicheck mo to. Ito, tatanggalin ko to. Ayoko na nakikita to. Ayan ang trabaho ng isang, okay? Dapat iniikutan mo ko. Kasi alam mo, tuloy-tuloy ako, nakailang minuto na ako. Okay, guys, sorry for the interruption, no? Nakalimutan ko kasi i-record. Anyway, it's sorry introduction pa lang naman. Now, my purpose of sending my company profile to Mr. Pineda is to inform him who I am and what my company does. Ano po yung trabaho ko, ano po pa yung ginagawa ko. And another thing that I would like to, or I like to give information to Mr. Pineda is what is the brief history or background of my company. Okay, kung ano po yung dating ginagawa ko, what does my company do? Okay, kung ano po ang mga ginagawa ko at ano po yung mga activities ko. Okay? Now, a company profile is a formal document. A company profile cannot be made orally. It must be made always in writing. So kung nagkita kami ni Mr. Pineda sa isang meeting, nagkausap kami, nalaman niya na ako ay broker at nalaman ko siya ay importer, then formal po namin is mag-usap kami. Now, informal po yung pag-uusap namin, but for formal introduction of my company, gagawa po ako ng company or company profile. That's it. Ganun po yan. So what does a company profile includes? Or what does a company profile include and contain? Number one, of course, okay, the name and the company that I am representing or that a customs broker is representing. Okay, another, when did it start? How did it start? Okay, and what does it offer to its clients po? So it includes existing clients, present or current clients, key officer, area of operation or activities, and what does it do? What professional service it renders. So yan po yung laman ng isang company profile. Sir Pineda? Now, is company profile similar to a resume? Similar. Now, if there is a similarity between a company profile and a resume, what are those similarities? Yes. What are the similarity between a resume and a company profile? Iyo. Okay. So, in a company profile and a resume, it involves disclosure of some personal information. Tama po ba? Tama po ba? Okay. So, both involves disclosure and giving of information po. Right, Mr. Pineda? Now, both company profile and a resume involves the revelation and disclosure of an information and detail about yourself as a person and yourself as a customs broker. Tama po ba? Now, in resume, you will indicate there what is your educational attainment, right? But in company profile, there is no need. There is no need for you to indicate what course or what is your educational attainment. Now, another thing, in a company profile, there is no need to indicate for you if you're a male or a female and what is your religion. Okay? But in resume, you need to indicate those information, right, Mr. Pineda? Aside from those, age po, kasama po. Pero sa company profile po, hindi po kasama yan. Kasi these are very, very personal na with respect to or regard to resume. Another thing, whether you are married or unmarried, it is to be indicated in the resume. But in a company profile, it is not required. In a resume, you need to indicate your nationality or your citizenship, while in a company profile, you don't need to indicate that information. Okay? So, those are the major differences between a company profile and a resume. Mr. Tanglao, okay, can you give me one good distinction between a resume and a company profile regarding purpose or objective of sending this one and sending this one? Company profile, not letter. Okay, that's the answer. When a person sends or submits a resume, the purpose of that person is to apply and to secure a possible employment. That is the purpose of a resume. On the other hand, when a person submits a company profile, the purpose is not to apply, but the purpose is to secure or to get another person to be his or her client po. Yan po ang purpose ng company profile. Okay? Now, baka makiulat kayo, resume, kailangan ng picture. But in a company profile, no need to attach your picture. Never, never attach your picture in a company profile. Walang pakialam dyan yung magbabasa kung ano itsura mo, kung pangit ka or maganda ka. But in a resume, it is a mandatory that your picture be attached. Maliwanag po? Maliwanag po. Okay? Now, in sending a resume, you are not, or a person sending a resume applying for a work is not required to have a letterhead. Only the name on top of the bond paper is required. Kasi po yung mga address po, nakalagay na po yan sa information doon sa resume. Unlike in a company profile, you are required to have your own letterhead. The letterhead that I am referring to is a customs broker letterhead. Customs broker's letterhead. And normally, all those customs brokers sending their company profile in a letterhead, that letterhead is normally with a company logo. And whenever that person sends a company profile in a letterhead, that person must make sure that the letterhead and the logo sounds and looks a customs broker. Parang kailangan po, pagka gumawa po kayo ng letterhead as a customs broker, then make sure your letterhead will look like or appears to be a customs broker. Hindi po pwedeng Jaira Reyes Beauty Parlor. Hindi po papasa yan. Ano ito? Magmamanicure sa akin? Magugupit? Jaisel Talavera Funeral Service. Diyos ko, mukha pong hindi customs broker ito. Mukhang imbalsamador po ito. Okay. Gian Pineda. Foot Spa and Nail Spa. Putya nga, may letterhead mo, Mr. Pineda, no? Gian Pineda, Foot Spa and Nail Spa. Putya. Hindi mukhang customs broker. Tama ba yon? Hindi po. Kailangan po, your letterhead is with a name and a logo that will give an impression that the person sending the company profile is a customs broker. Claro, Miss Silvestre? Okay, very good. Now, in a resume, hindi mo kailangan ilagay kung ano yung pangalan ng company mo. Ang ilalagay mo lang doon, yung pangalan mo. Of course, the address. Nakalagay naman yun, nakahiwalay yun. But in a company profile, after the name of the customs broker firm, below it is the contact number, the office address, the email address. Pwede pong ilagay yon after the name of the customs broker or the bottom part, or it can be written or placed at the bottom part of the profile. Ibig sabihin, pwede po sa bandang ilalim. Hindi po not necessarily it should be written after the name of the customs brokerage firm. It can be, meaning the address, the email address, the contact numbers can be written also at the bottom part of the bond paper. Pwede po sa bandang itaas, pwede po sa bandang ibabaw, or sa bandang ilalim. I'm sorry, hindi po ibabaw, ilalim po. Pero hindi po dapat inilalagay sa kaliwa or sa kanan. Tama ba, Ms. Silvestre? Hindi po pwedeng ilagay sa kaliwa, hindi po pwedeng ilagay sa kanan. Yung office address, contact numbers, and email address. Now guys, baka magtanong po kayo sa akin, Sir, can we use fictitious or phony address? The answer is yes. Hindi po kailangang yung totoong address nyo. Kasi this is only a subject matter. Or this is only a subject. No need to indicate your true address. You can create your own address. Own phony and fictitious address, including your contact numbers and email address po. Hindi po kailangan totoo. Kasi po, nag-aaral pa lang kayo, hindi pa kayo talaga broker. So that's why I am asking you to prepare your own letterhead with office address, fictitious office address, email address, and contact person or contact number po. And you can place those information after the name of the customs broker or below the part or the below part of the company profile. Pwede pong nasa itaas, pwede pong nasa ibaba. But never on the left side or never on the right side. Is there any question so far? Mr. Relebo, what's the name of your customs brokerage? All around, all around, all around. All around brokerage. Okay, all around brokerage. Is your brokerage a natural person or a juridical person? Why juridical? So you mean, pwede ba yung mga manok mo nga dyan, pagkakatayin mo nga yan, tapos padala mo sa akin, pa-adobo mo bago mo padala? Ang ingay eh, ha? Naingayan ako. Okay? So if it is a natural person or a juridical person, it will reflect in your company name. Now, if it is all around customs brokerage followed by INC Incorporated, most likely, most probably, this is a corporation, right, Mr. Relebo? Is that what you're saying? Okay. Now, if it is, or if the name of the customs broker is like this, Paul Relebo Customs Brokerage, most likely, this is a natural person. Plus, I'm trying to distinguish to you between a letterhead, which is a corporation, and which is not po. Now, it's up to you kung ano pong klaseng setup ang gusto nyong gawin. If it is a corporation, or if it is a natural person, or if it is a juridical person. So, it's up to you po. Wala po akong problema dyan. Okay? Maliwanag po. Now, like I said, you can create your imaginary, according to Mr. Nognog, imaginary lang daw po. For me, sabi ko nga, imaginary, fictitious, or phony office address, email address, and contact numbers. Hindi po kailangan totoo. However, when you make an office address, make sure that the address is realistic. What does it mean? Baka mamaya lagyan yung address nyo, taga-planet Mars kayo, taga-planet Jupiter kayo. It's not realistic po. Baka mamaya lagyan nyo ng address. Ang office address ninyo nasa USA o nasa may bandang Russia. Hindi po siya realistic. Although realistic, but however, kung ikaw ba nasa Pilipinas ka at broker ang kausap mo, you want to deal with someone outside of the Philippines? Of course not. Kailangan nandito rin siya sa Pilipinas. What I'm trying to drive at is when you make an office address, make it realistic. Na huwag nyo lalagyan ng nakatira ka sa planet Mars or planet Neptune. Sino makikipag-usap sa'yo doon? At nakatira ka sa Russia, nakatira ka sa, nag-oopisina ka sa China, nag-oopisina ka sa Japan. How can your client transact or transacts with you or transact with you if you are located outside of the Philippines? Do you get it, Mr. Tonglao? Mr. Tonglao, may I hear your company name, please? Ano? Your initial, CPT. Christian Paul Tanglao. After Christian Paul Tanglao, what's next? Yes, that's very good. What about you, Miss Silvestre? What's the name of your customs brokerage? Silvestre Customs Brokerage. So, wala po siyang incorporated at nakapangalan po sa pangalan ng tao. Most likely, this is a natural person setup. So, owned by one person. Miss Napaw, what about you? Ano po? Rapido Logistic Services po. Is this a corporation or is this a single proprietorship setup, Miss Napaw? Corporation po. Okay. Now, what about you, Miss Lugal? Ano, ay, pakiliwanag yung Lidl Express. Corporation or natural person? Corporation. What about you, Miss Reyes? Miss Reyes? Anong pangalan? Advocate. Okay. Sir Lebo, have you heard the name of the customs brokerage of Miss Reyes? Mr. Relebo. Mr. Relebo. Diyos ko, ano ba yan? Narinig mo yung pangalan. Pakiulit mo nga, Miss Reyes, yung pangalan ng brokerage mo. Hindi. I am asking you, Mr. Relebo, to hear the name of the customs brokerage of Mr. Reyes. Makinig ka, hindi ka magsasalita. Go, Miss Reyes. Mr. Relebo, may I ask a question? Does it sound a customs brokerage? Ulitin mo, Miss Reyes. Lakasan mo. Oh, Mr. Relebo, how does it sound? Hindi brokerage. Tama po. Hindi po brokerage. What about your name, Mr. Relebo? Oh, Mr. Reyes, kindly hear the name of the customs brokerage of Mr. Relebo. Para makaganti ka. Go ahead. All around brokerage na. Kanina, all around services yata narinig ko, right? All around. Oh, hindi ka na makakaganti. Tinama niya na eh. Kanina kasi nakita ko, all around services. Naka-record po. Ngayon, narinig niya. Yung sa'yo daw, Mr. Reyes, mukhang hindi brokerage. Kasi ang pangit ng dating eh. Kay Mr. Reyes, kay Mr. Relebo naman, ang sabi niya kanina, all around services. Ngayon, binago niya para hindi ka makaganti sa kanya. Ano na ngayon, Mr. Relebo, ang pangalan ng brokerage mo? Kita mo, all around na. Ang galing talaga. Oh. Ang galing niya mag-adjust. Ikaw na, napag-iwanan ka, Miss Reyes. Okay? So, don't complicate things. Class, ganito po yan. Don't complicate things. Just make a simple name of your customs brokerage that will really look and sound a customs brokerage. You can use your initial. You can use your mother's initial and even your father's initial and even your boyfriend's or girlfriend's initial as long the initial or name is followed by a word, either customs brokerage or brokerage po. It will definitely look and sound a customs brokerage. Klaro po, guys? Guys, tama po. Nakikinig pa po ba kayo sa akin? Okay, very good, very good. Oh, ito, inom muna ako ng tubig na binili ko doon sa Kajanis, ha. Nakakaya naman sa inyo. Okay? Oh, Miss Reyes, you still have time to change it. Miss Nugal, yung Yung bang pangalan ng yung pangalan ba ng company profile mo or yung pangalan ba, yung letterhead mo ba, does it sound or Miss, Miss Nugal, may umuubo pa dyan sa inyo? Pwede bang pakisaraduhan mo nga yan? Pwede ba, ano may, ah, guys, hindi tayo nagbibiruan dito. Actually, ayoko na nga sanang i-handle to. Pinakiusapan lang ako na ituloy ko na lang eh. Pero ayusin nyo naman. Ikaw, Miss Painado, anong pangalan ng brokerage mo? Miss Nugal, patayin mo nga yung maingay dyan sa inyo, ne? Para hindi maingay. Miss Selumin, what about you? Okay. What about you, Mr. Paras? Paging Mr. Paras. Mr. Sosa, what about you? What's the name of your customs brokerage? O yun, do not complicate your name of the customs brokerage. Make it simple. Okay? What about you, Miss Roma? Yes. Pangalan ng brokerage niya, Mr. Relevo, narinig mo? Sandali. Mr. Relevo, sagot! Mr. Relevo, meron na. Ang pangalan ng brokerage niya, Hi Sir, Good Morning Customs Brokerage po. Oh, at least it sounds a customs brokerage. Yun po ang pangalan ng customs brokerage ni Miss Roma. Hi sir, good morning, customs or customs brokerage. At least, di ba? Go ahead, Miss Roma. What? Kindly repeat. Roma. Okay, grabe, no? Talagang iba ang dating nung kanya. Roma Consulting Customs or Brokerage Solution. Galing, no? Mr. Relevo, assuming Miss Reyes replaced or substituted her name of the company. Mr. Relevo, makinig ka. Ang ginawa ni Miss Reyes, Jaira Reyes, Import Traders Incorporated. Pwede po ba yun? Miss Roma, sabi niya, ulitin ko yung binago ni Miss Reyes yung pangalan niya, ha? Miss Roma, hindi mo narinig kasi yung unang pangalan niya eh. Miss Silvestre, Mr. Pineda, pinalitan ni Miss Reyes. Anong pinalit ko? Ang pinalit ni Miss Reyes, Jaira Reyes Import Corporation. Pwede ba yun? Ano? Tinatanong ko sa iyo kung tama ba yung pagkakapalit niya. Is the replacement of her name correct? Miss Teka muna. I'm asking you nga, tama ba or mali? Huwag mo kong tanungin, I'm asking you. Mali daw. Ikaw, Mr. Silvestre, mali po ba? Kasi po, the word import corporation does not make sound or does not sound a customs brokerage. It sounds like what? An importer po. So mali na naman po. Mr. Relevo, yung pagkakapalit po, mali po. Kasi po, ang gusto ko, customs broker po ang dating, hindi po importer. Maliwanag, Mr. Relevo? Mali po yung pakitama mo na yung kanya, Mr. Relevo. Ikaw na magtama kay Mr. Reyes, kay Miss Advocat. Yun lang po, napakasimple. Ganun lang po, no? Jaira Reyes Customs Brokerage. Ganun lang po. Di ba? Jaira Reyes Customs Clearing Services. Pwede ba yun, Mr. Relevo? Jaira Reyes Logistics Solution Provider. Pwede po ba yun? Because it sounds and looks a customs brokerage po. Liwanag, ganun po kasimple. Now, let's now move on to the parts and how to make a customs or a company profile. Pwedeng pakailis mo nga itong ganito, nagaganito siya. Kasi unang-una, ginagamit ko rin siya. Bakit ganun? Hindi kailangan kong galawin siya. Kasi I need to read that eh. Sorry guys for the distraction or for the interruption. Now, I have prepared my own company profile. And I want you to scan it and read it. Maliwanag po guys? Maliwanag po. Asa na yung Facebook? Nawala yung Facebook ko Pa-forward ko yan eh. Okay.
Dito sa Google.
Oo. Ba yan? Naguguluhan ako dito sa approach na to Naka-Facebook ako eh. Mali spelling FCA. FACA. Okay. Upo muna ako guys sino pa ba nandyan? Ba't hindi ko makita yung mga nandyan? Tingnan ko nga yun nandyan. Mr. Paras, are you there?
Aral ako muna sa iyo.
Sige. Sige. Bawal ang sumasagot sa akin Mr. Payabyab? What's the name of your customs brokerage, Mr. Payabyab? Okay, Miss Sablan. Oh. Yes, Miss Sablan. Okay, Miss Salazar. Mr. Miss Pinyon, you. Ang pangit naman. Meron naman sinabi, wala pa. Wala. Anong pangalan? Ano po? Talagang ang galing talaga. Talagang okay. Now, I will be sending to you a copy of my own company profile. I prepared it. Gusto ko lang makita ninyo how simple and very basic, simple and basic my company profile is. Okay? I will be sending it to you now and please read it. Okay? Nandyan na sa page, nasa Customs 5 na. Mr. Sosa, what's the name of your customs brokerage? Okay, very good. What about you, Mr. Sabado? What about you, Mr. Verano? Yes, Mr. Verano. Okay. Wala, no? Okay, let's now move on. The first part of your company profile, of course, is the introduction of your name. The first part or the first paragraph. Guys, can you now read the copy of my company profile? Guys, I'm asking you. Sandali, yung nilabas kong dokumento, hindi ko na makita. Oh. Yes, can you read or have you read my sample of company profile? Yung kanina nilabas kong papel.
Ano po, anong ano yun?
Kanina, binuksan ko na eh.
Ano pong...
Nasa Yahoo.
Ano,
Oo, kasi, ang gulo naman. Ayan, oh, binuksan ko na, naka-download na ito, to. Binuksan ko na yun eh. Ano na eh. Tsaka lakihan mo ito yung screen. Yan, paki. Mahirap kasi itong ginagawa natin eh. Oh, nasa na? Ang daming application.
iba talaga sa Windows.
Ayun na siya. Oh.
Ito, sir.
Oh, naka-download na siya. Paki-open mo na nga siya. Ano siya? Company profile. Hanapin mo. Yon, sample of company profile. Yan po yan. Okay. Now, Miss Silvestre, malakas ba yung boses mo? Pakibasa mo nga yung kay Mr. Doroteo. Sandali lang po. Miss Silvestre, iko-correct lang kita ha. 420, hindi po siya street. St. Mary Street po. Wag pong, kasi pagka in-street mo pa yon, yung susunod, street na naman po. Ang daming street po niyan. Pakiulit. St. Mary po! Okay, go email po. Okay, yeah, okay. Okay, why did I not complete it? Because I want you to have your own year when you became a customs broker. So, kaya hindi po kumpleto, hindi ko nilagyan, sinadya ko po yan. Guys, naintindihan niyo ba yung sinasabi ko? Miss Pinyon, nakikinig ka ba? Ma'am niya, ikaw Miss Pinyon ang tatawagin ko. Puro ikaw ang tatawagin ko. Maniwala ka. Next, please. Hindi po siya processor. Tanggalin niyo po yung S. Processor lang po. Okay, let's stop from there. Mr. Relebo, Mr. Relebo, Mr. Tanglao, how do you find, how would you describe the first paragraph of my company profile? Cute or not cute? Of course, sasabihin mo, cute. Simple or complicated? Simple. That's how you present your company profile. Go direct to the point. Do not make your introduction in the first paragraph so kilometric. Napakahaba po kasi po yung magbabasa po niyan gusto niyang malaman simple and basic informations about you. Maliwanag po? Maliwanag po, guys. Sagot. Yan po. Yan. After informing the reader of your company profile, who are you, what is your profession, and how many years have you been in the industry, and your experience in an importer. That's it. Yan na po yun. Okay? The next paragraph, Miss Silvestre, please. Okay, so that after earning background and experience both in brokerage industry and mining, then I have decided to put up or establish my own, right? That's the second paragraph. And in the second paragraph, I am now or I have informed my prospective clients who are my clients. Generally, hindi po ako nagsasabi kung sino po. And I have included in my clients, including or PESA locators. So, in the second paragraph, nandyan po yung who am I catering generally po. Hindi po ako nagsasabi kung sino po yung mga pangalan ng client ko. Ms. Silvestre, why did I not indicate the name of my clients in the second paragraph po? Nakalagay na po siya. Why? Mr. Relebo, Mr. Relebo, if I will be indicating the name of my clients in the first paragraph, and I will also be indicating the name of the clients in the current clients, how would my letter look like? Yes po, irredundant po siya. So this is how I presented it. General po doon sa second paragraph, pero po specific na po pagdating po sa current clients, existing client, or present clients. Did you get me, class? Or do you get me, class? Nakita nyo, no? Simple as that, ne? Okay? Next paragraph. Silvestre, you. Yep, hindi po. As a customs broker, di ba comprehensive na kagad pagdating po doon? Ibig sabihin po, as a customs broker, I am operating in all customs district. But my main or principal activities or transaction is with the three chief port of the Philippines. Namely, Port of Manila, Manila International Container Port, and NAIA. Sabihin, I am a Manila-based customs broker po. Klaro? Mr. Tanglao. Mr. Tanglao, you. Can you now replace the information contained in my company profile with your name? Yes, go ahead. Medyo choppy ka. I don't want choppy. Mr. Silvestre, pakipalitan mo nga ng pangalan mo, yung akin. 2015 or 2016, bahala ka na po. It's past. She po. Okay, continue. In the year 2020, Simple as that. Ganun lang po ang paggawa. Now, question, Mr. Pineda. Mr. Pineda, can you copy my company profile? Guys, Mr. Tanglao, can you copy my company profile? My first paragraph and second paragraph. Mr. Lebo, yes, of course, you cannot. Huwag niyong gagayahin yan. At kung gagayahin niyo yan, make sure it looks different. It sound or it will sound different. Maliwanag po, guys? Guys, sumagot po kayo para malaman ko kung nandyan pa kayo. You cannot copy my format. You have to make your own format. Maliwanag po, guys? Hindi po pwedeng kopyahin po ito. Pwede nyo kopyahin, but or you need to change the format. You can copy Port of Manila, MICP, NAIA, and other, yes, that is all right. But you have to reset the format. Maliwanag, guys? Okay. Now, yan po, ganyan lang po kasimple. Don't make your company profile very long. Kasi po, kung ako po ang importer, gusto ko lang po malaman itong nasa first paragraph and the second paragraph. Yun lang pong information na yun ang gusto kong malaman po. Nothing more, nothing less. Tama? Tama. Miss Roma? Paging Miss Roma? Miss Roma? Miss Roma! Okay, go ahead, Miss Roma. Change this. Kindly, assuming you are the owner of UPS, kindly formulate your company profile. Go. Miss Roma. Miss Roma, paging. Miss Pinion. Okay, go ahead. Tell us about your company, Miss Pinion. No, I want that. I don't want that. I want the first paragraph and the second paragraph only. (2023) Teka muna po. Ano? 2022. Mr. Relebo. Tama ba yung sinabi niya 2023 daw siya naging broker? Hindi po, Miss Pinyon. Paano mo may lalagay na ikaw ay customs broker, 2023 ka pa pala magiging broker? It's always in the past tense po, Miss Pinyon. Hindi po future tense. Hindi po pwede sabihin mo 2022. Wala pa nga po 2022 ngayon, Miss Pinyon. Miss Pinyon, are you getting me? Makutusan kita. Tandaan mo yan. Hindi ka nakikinig, ha? Miss Pinyon! Aba. Miss Silvestre, ikaw ang in charge. Sandali. Mr. Pineda, ikaw ang in charge sa attendance, ha? Yung nagle-left out at yung pumapasok, ilista mo, ha? Tatabasin mo yan sa attendance nila. Tandaan mo yan, ikaw ang in charge dyan. Now, tandaan mo yan, ha? Pag hindi na kaya pasok, tanggalin mo, absenan mo. at gigradean ko sila sa attendance dito. Now, let's now move on to the professional services offered po. Number one, customs clearing po. It's basic that when you are a customs broker, you are involved in customs clearing po. Basic po yan. Number two po, warehousing withdrawal. Again, if your client is a PESA locator or a CBW, definitely you are engaged in warehousing entries and warehousing withdrawal. Are you getting me, guys? Guys, are you getting me? Warehousing po. Pag customs clearing po, basic po. A customs broker, when when it enters into practice, customs clearing po is normal and basic po. Now, since I have mentioned this, I have mentioned that one of my client is a PESA locator, or I am also servicing PESA locator, then I'm also involved in warehousing entries po. Mr. Relebo, number 3 please. Now, as a customs broker, are you qualified on this number 3, Mr. Relebo? Why? Yes, Mr. Relebo. Mr. Mi, ano po? Ano po? Ano po yung sagot, Mr. Relebo? Miss Silvestre? Okay, ganito po ang sagot. As a customs broker, I am presumed to be knowledgeable in tariff and customs law po. Ganun po ang sagot. Kasi po, hindi po kayo magiging customs broker without knowledge in tariff and customs law. Did you get it? Maliwanag? Maliwanag po, guys! Number 4, export processing. Again, since my client is some of my client is a PESA locator and PESA locator are involved in import, warehousing, and they are also involved in export, definitely I am also offering export processing of their shipment. That's why I have included in my services offered export processing po. Mr. Pineda, si Ms. Reyes, ikaw nga tatanungin ko, Ms. Reyes. Can you add, aside from this 1, 2, 3, 4, can you add another services or service? Pwede ka ba magdagdag? Mr. Relebo, can you add another service aside from 1, 2, 3, 4? If you have delivery equipment, then you can add what, Mr. Relebo? Mr. Relebo? Mr. Pineda? So what else can you add? If you have a delivery equipment, tracking services po. Now, if your engaged is also in logistic support, you can also add logistic services po. So, for me, These are what? Basic professional services that I offer. So ito lang po ang sa akin. Ayoko na pong pahabain. Ayoko sabihin na meron akong tracking equipment. I also offer delivery services po. Hanggang 4 lang po ako para po hindi masyadong maging komplikado. Current clients, pwede pong baguhin ninyo. Anong pwedeng ipalit dyan, Miss Silvestre? No, what I'm asking is, how would you change current clients? Pwede pong gamitin ninyo existing or present clients. Pwede pong paguhin ninyo current importers, current consignees po. Maliwanag, Miss Silvestre? Miss Silvestre, maliwanag po ne. Miss Silvestre, can you give me example of your clients? Ano? Are they all involved in importation activities? Definitely, yes. They are involved. San Miguel imports. All those company that you have mentioned or that you have mentioned are all involved in importation activities po. Make sure guys that when you indicate your clients, existing clients, make sure that they sound importer or exporter po. Clear guys? Clear guys? Okay. Next please. Mr. Lomin, so tandaan ninyo ha, when you indicate current clients, pag naglagay po kayo ng current clients, ibig sabihin yon, your client is more than one. It's two or three or more than three. Kaya po nakalagay dyan, current clients. Miss Silvestre, Miss Silvestre, assuming I am the customs broker and I have submitted to you my company profile, and in the current clients, ang nakalagay lang po sa akin, isa. I have only one client, existing client. How would you classify me as a customs broker? Baka hindi magaling. Grabe naman. Judgmental. No, that's... So normally, pagka po isa lang ang client mo, ipinresent po, normally, it will create not a good impression. Kasi if you're a good broker, if you were a competent customs broker, normally, you would have more than one client. Tama po, Miss Silvestre, Mr. Relevo? Tama po. Kaya po, normally po, dapat po, at least, you have two or more than two clients. That's good. That is a good impression. Kasi pagka nilagay mo dyan, current client, or wala ka nilagay na current client, ang mukhang hindi talaga magaling kasi walang client eh. Right, Miss Silvestre? Okay, very good. Let's now move on. Mr. Pineda, next please. Oh, Mr. Paras, you're there. Mr. Paras. Oh, Mr. Paras. Yes, go ahead. Next please. Ba, teka muna. Mr. Pineda, tinatanong niya ako. Yes, go ahead. Okay. Why key no, 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 no. Why key officers? No, the word key officer means they are what? the brain, the heart of your company. Without them, the company will cannot operate. Did you get it? Did you get it? Okay, Mr. Paras, the first one. Okay, question, Miss Silvestre. Can you indicate the name or in the key officer, pony or fictitious name? Yes, it's all right. Pero wag mo lalagyan ng Superman Operation Manager. That is not realistic, right, Miss Silvestre? Spider-Man Sales Officer. Hindi po siya paniniwala. Ano to, naglulukuhan tayo? Did you get it? Pakipalitan mo nga yan, Mr. Paras, yung mga pangalan na yan. Make your own. The name of your classmate. The name of your neighbor. Okay, number 2. Okay. Number 3. Ano? Anong role ni Miss Nugal? Malamang malugi yung kumpanya mo. Number 4. Pagka gano'n ang mga officer ko, Mr. Pineda, tingin ko, sino yung ano mo, yung sales officer mo? Si Tanglaw. Malamang nito, hindi service ang maibenta ni Mr. Tanglaw. Malamang to panabong na manok. Tapos yung operation manager mo, si Gumopo. Tapos yung number 3 mo, si Nugal. Tapos yung number 4 mo, Abong. Malamang mga 6 months lang yung company mo, sarado na po. Ang gagaling ng mga nakuha mo. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. I am not trying to humiliate or downgrade you. I'm just kidding. Kasi po, sa key officer po, I am not asking you to indicate the true name. You can indicate name of your neighbors, name of your friends, name of your relatives, even name of your classmate. Maliwanag po. Maliwanag po. Okay, Mr. Paras, can you replace number 2? Yung sales officer, parang hindi ko type yung pangalan na sales officer. Yes, can you, ano na lang po? No, not the name. Ayoko po ng pangalan. Yung Nilsa Roma, wala namang problema doon. What I'm asking you is to replace or substitute the position. Sales officer po, anong pwede ipalit? Tanungin mo nga si Roma kung anong pwede ipalit. Tignan mo kung nandiyan pa. Paki-check mo, ano daw ang pwedeng palit. Ayoko ng sales officer. Gusto ko palitan yan. Nag-sign out. Yan. Markahan mo yon, Mr. Pineda, ha? Nag-sign out, ha? Mr. Pineda, pakipalitan. Yes, marketing officer or marketing manager, Mr. Paras. Sometimes you have to stretch a little. Kailangan ng konting stretch. Mr. Paras, I don't want finance manager. Mr. Pineda, call a friend daw si Mr. Paras. Yes, accounting manager, Mr. Paras. What's wrong with you? What's happening to you, Mr. Paras? Number 4, operation supervisor. Instead of using supervisor, you can use operation coordinator. Operation officer. Klaro, guys? Klaro, guys? Okay. Oh, Miss 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 Silvestre, wag niyong gagayahin yung sa akin, ha? Alright, yung position, okay lang po yan. Operation manager, operation officer, that can do. Sales officer, marketing manager, pwede po yan. Sales officer, pwede po. Finance or accounting manager, pwede po. Wala pong, pwede palitan yung manager ng officer. Then, operation supervisor, operation coordinator. Can you add another position, Miss Silvestre? Number 5. Anong i-add mo? Yes po, declarant po, pwede po magdagdag. Now, if 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 plus that was added by Miss Silvestre, declarant, how would your key officer look like? Impressive, right, Miss Silvestre? Yes po. Kasi ibig sabihin po, kumpleto po kayo ng posisyon. Now, Miss Painado, you. Yes, go ahead. What's next? Okay, go. Miss Painado, how would you describe my banks? Big time, small time? How would you describe my banks? Small time or big time? Yes, big time. These are big banks, right? Now, if my banks are this, and I have presented it to you, how would you be impressed? Yes, of course, kasi at least pag kami when I indicated authorized agent bank, Banco de Oro, RCBC, Bank of the Philippine Islands, what does it mean? Miss Painado. May pera ako doon, may pera ako doon, may pera ako doon. Ibig sabihin, simple as that. Wag na natin pahabain po. Tama po ba? Okay. What about if I would be replacing it, or if I would be replacing the name of my AABs? Let's say, number 1, Mr. Pineda, are you listening? Miss Reyes, are you listening? Miss Silvestre? Palitan ko po, no? Rural Bank of Porac. Number 2, Rural Bank of Bamban. Rural Bank of Tarlac or Paniki Tarlac. Would that be impressive? Why? Why? Ano, no? What? Okay, what about you, Mr. Pineda? Would the name of my AABs be impressive to you? Yes, yes, that's the answer. They are not international bank, Miss Reyes. Unlike Banco de Oro, RCBC, Bank of the Philippine Islands, they sound like or they look like, actually they look international banks. Maliwanag po. So don't ever place in your authorized agent banks, Rural Bank of Mexico, Pampanga, Rural Bank of Magalang, Rural Bank of Porac. Hindi ko po nililiit yan, pero pagka po ako ang importer at pinakita, ay, ang bangko mo, ito lang. Eh, paano po pag magbubukas po ako ng LC at kayo ang pagbubukasin ko? Or how can you, let's say, kung magpapalit po ako ng dollar, kung magbabayad po ako ng dollar sa inyo. Di ba, Mr. Pineda? Right, Mr. Pineda? Ba, wala na yata akong kausap, ha? Are you still there, class? Okay. Now, my principal office of operation or place of operation is in Manila. I am operating at Port of Manila, MICP, and NAIA. Ms. Painado, next please. Branch. Okay, meaning I have only one branch. And if I have indicated my branch is in Angeles City, that means I have also client here or clients here in Pampanga. Tama ba, Mr. Pineda? Yes, of course. Of course. Miss Painado, what if you have also clients located in Subic? Is there a need for you to establish a branch there? That is your discretion. Pwede pong magtayo kayo ng branch doon, pwede pong dito na lang po sa Angeles, Pampanga or Angeles City, Pampanga. But if you have a branch there, then yung branch po, magkakaroon po ng ES po yan, branches po. Right, Mr. Pineda? Okay, very good. Mr. Relebo, you there? Okay, after my branch, pagka dalawa po, branches po. Pagka isa lang po, branch lang po. Tama, Mr. Relebo? Mr. Relebo. Okay, next please. Next please. Yes, ano susunod po? Ano susunod po? Name ko. Si Miss Pinyon ba nandyan ha? Miss Pinyon, you! Miss Pinyon, you! Talagang swerte nyo lang talaga. Walang face-to-face kayo, kundi kawawa kayo talaga sa akin sa subject na ito. Yes, go ahead, Miss Pinyon. Mr. Relebo, you! My name, right? Plus title, right? Tama po ba? Okay, nakalagay po dyan, Benamin B. Doroteo, MBA, LLB po. Tama po ba? Then, sa ilalim po, ano nakalagay? Owner po. Owner. Miss Silvestre, you. Yes. Have I forgot something regarding my title? CB. Hindi ko na ilagay. Dapat, wala nakalagay na CB, no? What about you, Mr. Pineda? Have I missed something in my title? What's your answer, Mr. Pineda? Yes, nasa taas na, Miss Silvestre, hindi na po kailangan ilagay. Did you get it, Miss Silvestre? O, kita mo. Kasi po, pag nilagay po ba, Miss Silvestre, anong itsura nun? Very redundant na, right? Yes po, kaya po hindi na po siya nakalagay. Kasi po, nakalagay na po sa taas eh. Nagpakilala ka na doon eh. Angeline B. Silvestre. Nakalagay doon, Customs Brokerage po. Meaning, that name is already customs broker. So, yun po sa ilalim, nalagay mo na lang doon. Angelica S. or Angelica B. Silvestre, owner. Hindi na po kailangan ilagay kasi po redundant po siya. And by the way, class, never use license. Only civils lang po. Or civil lang po. Maliwanag guys, marami ako nakikita dyan. Customs broker, nilalagyan pa nila ng license. It's wrong po. Maliwanag? Maliwanag? Yes. Andiyan ba si Miss Roma? Nandiyan na ba si Miss Roma, Mr. Paras? Mainit ang ulo ko. Huwag niyong painitin ang ulo ko. Miss Roma, nandyan ka na ba? Walang sumasagot sa akin ah. Wala. Mr. Relebo, after sending your company profile to a prospective client, what's next? Quotation. Immediately quotation. After sending it, after sending your company profile to me, you will be calling me that, and you will informing me that I have already, sir, sent to you my company profile. Then what are you going to expect now? A call from me to you, Mr. Relebo. And in my call, it is either negative or positive, right? What would you like to hear? Negative or positive? What is positive to you? Ganon. Oh, Mr. Pineda, what's positive to you? Okay, Mr. Pineda, Mr. Relevo, I have received your company profile. It's impressive. And I have confidence, or I am confident that you can really serve me. Now, Mr. Relevo, Mr. Pineda, since I was impressed with your company profile, please submit now to me your offer or quotation. Positive or negative, Mr. Pineda? Mr. Relevo? Positive po. Good news or bad news? Good news po. Nandyan na po. So, guys, when I ask you now to submit your formal quotation or offer to me, you again is required to prepare another letter. Right, Mr. Pineda? Yes, of course. Now, the next letter that I would be discussing to you is how to prepare a simple and direct quotation po. And in the next letter, you will learn how does a customs broker earn and how much is the possible earning or income of a customs broker when a customs broker renders a professional service po. Klaro guys? Klaro po? Okay. Very good. So, guys, let's now move on to let's now move on to the preparation of a customs brokerage quotation. Now, since meron na po kayong client, nakuha nyo na po siya, positive po tayo. Sir. Okay. You now is required to prepare yan, ibuksan mo dito. Okay. Let's now move on. Okay. Now, Mr. Pineda, again, I have a format there in your modules. How to prepare a, okay, a good brokerage quotation. Sir, sandali. Aha. Kasi ipo-forward ko ito para makita kagad nila ito. Po-forward ko to. Natatakpan eh. Pwede bang i-drag ko ito dito?
Yes, sir.
Hindi, paki-ano mga.
Ganito po.
Ilabas mo. Ito, sarado mo na to. Sarado mo na to. Yan. Okay, tapos ipo-forward ko to. Okay. So, yan. O, yan. Ipo-forward ko. Paki-forward mo na nga dito sa ano na to. Ito, plus. Ayun, brokerage quotation sample, yun, yun. Yun din sa baba, yan, ito. Yan,
Ito po.
yan, sige. Okay. Guys, I have forwarded to you or I have sent to you a copy of my example or illustration of a customs brokerage quotation. Have you opened it, Mr. Pineda? Mr. Relevo, nabuksan nyo na? Okay. Again, when you are asked to submit your formal quotation, you will be again using your own letterhead. Right, Mr. Pineda? Mr. Relebo? Okay, very good. Now, after preparing your quotation, then you have to write it in a, of course, in an MS Word. Yun po ang regular format po. Now, when you send, of course, your customs brokerage quotation, you indicate the date. Mr. Prelebo, what are you going to indicate in the date? Are you required to write the word DATE? No, no, no. Do not ever. Kasi po, yung nakalagay doon na January 4, 2021, meaning that's the date when you prepared the letter. Right, Mr. Relebo? No need po. After the date, Mr. Relebo, what's next? Okay, name of the importer, make sure that the importer you will be placing there really sounds an importer, right, Mr. Relebo? Okay. Question, Mr. Relebo and Mr. Pineda. Is the name of the importer or the name of the importer there is the same name in your current clients po? Wrong. When you say current clients, they are already working and transacting with you. Wrong po. Kasi po pag nilagay mo existing client, why are you submitting your quotation? Meron na kayong business eh. Tama ba, Mr. Rolebo, Mr. Pineda? Hindi na po kailangan kasi po client yun eh. Imagine, client mo na magpapadala ka ng quotation, eh nagsiserve ka na nga sa kanya, my gosh, di ba? Minsan common sense po yan. Meaning, ano ilalagay po dito, Mr. Relebo and Mr. Pineda? New clients po, hindi po existing. Imagine, ikaw, Mr. Relebo, dati mo ng kliyente, magpapadala ka ng quotation, nag-o-offer ka. Eh, client mo na nga ako eh, ba't magpapadala ka ba? Di ba? Para bang it's a no-no. It's something awkward, right? Guys, tama po ba? Miss Silvestre, client na kita, nagsaserve na ako sa'yo, tapos papadala kita ng quotation, ang pangit naman yata. Di ba? Para bang Miss Silvestre, girlfriend na kita, nililigawan pa kita ulit. Tama ba, Mr. Relevo? Mr. Pineda? Biro mo, girlfriend mo na, nililigawan mo pa uli. Ang tanga mo naman. Diyos ko na. Tama ba, Miss Silvestre? Pag ikaw, Miss Silvestre, boyfriend mo na, nililigawan ka pa uli. How would you describe your boyfriend? Ayos lang. Hindi po ayos yun. OA po yun. Tama, Mr. Relevo? Girlfriend mo na, nililigawan mo pala. Hindi, ang tawag ko doon, alam mo, ang tawag ko doon, Mr. Pineda? Mr. Pineda, Mr. Relevo, anong tawag ko doon? Hindi lang po overacting. Ang tawag ko doon, tanga. Girlfriend mo. Ay, hindi nga, girlfriend mo pa siya eh. Bakit nag-away ba? Okay, gumagawa kayo ng sitwasyon ha. Si Miss Sylvester naman, okay lang. Naligawan pa uli siya. Pero mo, girlfriend ka na. Ay, nako, Diyos ko. Next, please. Name of the importer. Name of the prospective importer or client. Tama po ba? Relevo. Mr. Pineda. Prospective pa lang po yan. Kasi po yung existing clients po, past tense na po yon. Ito po, future tense. Tama, Miss Silvestre? Okay, so wag na kayong maglalagay ng name of importer. Lalagay nyo na lang mismo yung pangalan. Wag nyo na rin po ilalagay yung address. Kasi po, ilalagay nyo yung phony or fictitious address ng yung client po. Right, Miss Silvestre? Subject po, colon, customs, brokerage, quotation. Miss Silvestre, can you replace the word customs? I don't want customs. You use other word. Mr. Relebo, palitan mo nga yung cost. Guys, kaya ako ginaganito kayo para po hindi nyo naman gayahin yung akin. Palit-palitan nyo para naman ma-impress ako. Yes, Mr. Relebo, replace the word customs. Hindi po customs lang, wag po nagdagaan. Yes, please. Anong papalit mo? Mr. Pineda, you, replace the word customs. Kasi kung kaya ako ginaganon yan, para po mag-isip kayo ng iba. Okay? Yes? Mr. Pineda, how would you, or what? Import po. Pwede po. Naintindihan? Maliwanag po. Mr. Pineda, Mr. Relebo, pakibalitan nga yung brokerage po. I don't like services. Relebo. Customs clearing po. Import clearing po. Siya talaga naman, no? Oh. Kayo, yung mga pinapalitan ko, huwag niyong gagayahin ito, kaya ako nilalagyan. Tama, Mr. Relebo, Mr. Pineda? Miss Silvestre, next. Attention! The word attention means the person to whom you are sending the letter, right? Clear, guys? Miss Painado, give me a name in the attention. A fictitious or phony name. Okay. Position. Importer. Kasi po, nandun na po yung pangalan ng address eh. Nasa name of importer. Tapos, importer na naman. Parang redundant yata, Mr. Relebo, right? Is the word importer a position? Mr. Relebo. Mr. Relebo, you! Importer is the word importer a position? Of course not. A position is like this. A position in the company of the importer. Name of person, okay, Angeline Silvestre. Below it is her position. And make sure the position has something to do, or her or his position, or his or her position has something to do with your profession. Maliwanag po. Maliwanag po. Give me one. Mr. Pineda, give me one. No, position po. Name, napakadali po nun. Accounting manager. Does it have something to do with import and export operation, Mr. Pineda? I don't think so. Yes? Mr. Tanglao, you. Mr. Tanglao. Aba, nawawala ka. Oh, anong posisyon? Sabi niya, accounting manager. I don't agree. A position of that person must have something to do with your offer. Go ahead, please. Bibigyan, sige, sige, sige. Ano, no, 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 no. Marketing. Diyos ko, ang layo. Nagmamarket. What's this? Miss Reyes? Miss Silvestre? Oy, teka muna. Declarant. Oh, you are sending, as a declarant, you as a customs broker, you are sending a quotation to another declarant. Bakit yata? Tama ba? Assuming ikaw yung declarant or ikaw yung customs broker, ikaw rin ang declarant, you're sending a quotation to another declarant. Parang hindi yata tama, Miss Silvestre. Tama, Miss Silvestre? Wala sumasagot sa akin, ha? Okay. These are the positions. Number 1, import manager. Number 2, logistics manager. Number 3, impex officer. Number 4, purchasing manager. Number 5, warehouse manager. Number 6, import traffic officer. Did you get it? Nakuha ba? Ms. Silvestre, Mr. Relebo, Mr. Pineda, Mr. Paras, nakuha ba? Okay? So those are the common positions. And what did you notice of their position? Their position involves activities on regarding imports and export. Did you get it? Guys? Okay, Miss Painado, what's the name of the person again? Maria Arian Victoria. Let's now move on to Miss Painado to the opening salutation. Go. Teka muna po. Mr. Relebo, tama po ba yung sinabi niya sa opening salutation? Anong name? Arian? Maria? Dear Maria, tama po ba? Ano, ano po? Surname po, hindi family name. Surname po, para mas maganda po tayo. Dear Miss, what? Ano apelido? Miss Painado. Dear Miss Victoria. Kung lalaki po, Dear Mr. Victoria. Maliwanag? Okay, I will be giving you a secret. You know, when I write letter, and I knew that the person I'll be writing is already married, I don't use MRS. Miss Silvestre, Miss Silvestre, kung si Silvestre, alam kong may asawa, at siya yung susulatan ko, I will not be using Mrs. MRS po. Right, Miss Silvestre? Ang gagamitin ko, alam mo, Mr. Pineda, to impress her. Para kiligin siya, I will be using what? Mr. Pineda. Miss po. Miss Silvestre, ikaw alam mo, let's say, kung Miss Silvestre, kung alam mo may asawa na, may anak ka na, 10 na anak mo, tawag ko pa rin sa'yo, Miss Silvestre. How would you feel? Mababastusan ka ba sa akin or medyo kikiligin ka? Ano po? Ano po? Flatter. Kaya na alam mo na may asawa ka na, tawag ka pa rin Miss, tama? Miss, tama, Silvestre? Diba? At least doon makakapuntos kagad ako sa'yo, right? Kung sakasakali. Right, Miss Silvestre? Oh, Mr. Relebo, tatanungin kita. Sabi nga ni Miss Silvestre, kikiligin daw siya. Pakiramdam ni Miss Silvestre, tinawag, although may anak na siya, may asawa na siya, pero ang tawag ko pa rin sa kanya, Miss Silvestre instead of Mr. Silvestre. Kikiligin yon. At ang feeling nun, Mr. Relebo. Hindi, may asim pa siya. Nanintilya mo ako, Mr. Relebo, Mr. Pineda? Yes, may asim. Kayo naman, no, para naman kayo. Class, kailangan nilang konting medyo, oo nga, no? Kasi, bakit? Ikaw, Miss Silvestre, how would you feel? Tinawag kang Miss. Pero, ikaw, may asawa, may anak ka na. Oh, may asim pa pala ako. Kasi ang tawag niya sa akin, Miss. Tama po ba, Miss Silvestre? Okay, very good. Okay. Ang mahirap dyan, okay, I don't want to talk about the LGBTs. Basta kung ano yung gender niya, call it Mr. or call it Miss. Bahala na po. Then after that, Dear Miss Silvestre, Dear Mr. Pineda, kasi po, wag nyo gagamitin yung buong pangalan, yung surname lang po. Guys, tama po ba? Mr. Pineda, read my offer. Mr. Relebo, how would you describe my offer? Direct or indirect? Mr. Relebo. Mr. Relebo. Ba, bigla nawala. Wala na nakikinig sa akin yata. Okay, Miss Silvestre, how would you describe my offer? Is it flowery, kilometric, basic, direct or indirect? Direct. Wala nang, kumbaga nanliligaw ako sa kanya, Mr. Pineda, Mr. Pineda! Mr. Pineda, nililigawan ko si Miss Silvestre, nag-offer ako, oh Miss Silvestre, gusto kitang pakasalan. Ito ang mangyayari sa atin pag pinakasalan kita. Ganun lang po. Yan po ang usapan. Wala na pong kwento-kwento pa. Marami pong gumagawa dyan. There are some sending their quotation. Napakahaba ng intro. Ako, very basic po. Simple and basic. Tama, Mr. Pineda? Okay, let's now move on. Ito na yung pinakamagandang parte ng isang customs broker. Kasi we are what? We are now moving on to income po. Ito na po yung kita. Miss Silvestre, Taki. Yes? Okay, so first 10,000, 10,000 and below, Miss Silvestre, how much? Okay, next. How much? Okay, so let's now shortcut or let us cut it short. The rate of the brokerage fee is the professional fee. Okay? And the brokerage fee is to be charged per BL or airway bill basis or per entry basis. So the more BL or the more airway bill that a customs broker handles, the merrier for him or for her. Tama, Miss Silvestre? Tama, Miss Silvestre. Yes, kasi po, pag marami kayong BL at marami kayong airway bill na tinatrabaho per client ninyo, the merrier for you because for every BL or airway bill, you will be charging your client. Tama, Miss Silvestre? Now, another thing in the brokerage fee is the bigger or the greater dutiable value, the merrier for a customs broker. Is it not, Miss Silvestre? Yes, it is merrier. Now, the bigger DB in peso, the bigger brokerage fee, right, Miss Silvestre? Okay, Mr. Pineda. In case the dutiable value exceeds, di ba, yung 100 to 200,000, magkano ang brokerage fee, Miss Silvestre? Okay, 5,300 professional fee. Tama? Now, Mr. Pineda, assuming the brokerage fee is more than 200,000, please complete the word or the note there. Pakikumpleto nga. Yes, go ahead. Okay. So, Miss, this should be properly and must be indicated to inform your client or your prospective client that in case the dutiable value exceeds 200,000, there would be an additional customs brokerage fee. Dapat ba nakalagay ito, Mr. Pineda? Pag hindi ito nakalagay, you cannot collect more than 5,300, right, Mr. Pineda? Yes. Again, pakiulit nga, Miss Silvestre, yung sasabihin mo sa note. Kama. Ulitin ko. If the dutiable value exceeds 200,000 pesos, the excess shall be subject, o isulat nyo na dyan para hindi kayo magkamali. If the dutiable value exceeds 200,000 pesos, or if the dutiable, babaguhin ko, if the dutiable value is over 200,000 pesos, wag niyong pagsasama-samahin ha, pakiwalayin ninyo. Isa lang po ang gagamitin. Ulitin ko, if the dutiable value exceeds 200,000 pesos, the excess shall be subject to 1/8 of 1% or 0.00125 and the result added to 5,300 pesos. Period po. Pakiulit, Miss Silvestre. Kama. Miss Painado, please repeat it. Miss Painado, you. Exceeds. Exceeds po. 200,000 pesos, the access shall be subject to. Ay, Miss Painado, officer ka pa naman. Tapos ganyan ka magsalita sa, ay, ikaw Reyes. Sige. Miss Reyes. Wala. Miss Pineda, you. Ikaw naman pala, Miss Pineda. Ikaw na. Anong 2 over? Wala akong sinabing 2. Pakiulit. Exceeds. O, teka muna, wala akong sinabing 2. Exceeds lang. Kama po. Alam nyo, Mr. Pineda, mainit na ulo ko sa inyo. Kanina pa ako Diyos ko, ano ba yan? Hindi nyo masundan yung ginagawa ko. Baka mamaya lumipad sa basurahan yung mga sagot nyo sa akin dito pagka ako nagpagawa na nito. Go, Miss Pineda. Zero, baka 0.00125 lang. Period. Huwag niyong kakalimutan yung comma at period. Tama, Miss Silvestre? Sandali lang po ha, iinom lang ako ng binili kong tubig sa labas. Kasi nakakaya naman yan ha. Alam mo, Mr. Pineda, namamaos na ako kahapon pa. Kasi ang dami ko nakakausap na, ewan ko, dahil ko natatanong eh. Now, Mr. Pineda, kahapon binigyan kita ng dokumento, nailabas mo ngayon. Ang dutiable value is 200,000 pesos. How much brokerage fee are you going to collect from me? Bukas bibigyan pa uli kita, ilalabas mo ng Webes. Ang dutiable value is 200,000 pesos again. How much would you collect from me again? How many? How many? 5,000. Magkano po sa isang linggo? Okay, sa loob po ng isang buwan, bawat po week, may dalawa ka. How much is your total brokerage fee? Miss Silvestre, magkano Mr. Pineda? 42,400. Miss Silvestre, 42,400. Tama, Mr. Pineda? Bad or very good? Very good. Imagine, 42,400 for a month for one client. Tapos ang empleyado mo lang, isa lang. Sino yung empleyado mo? Ikaw na lahat. Imagine, 42,400 a month. Very good or not so bad? Miss Silvestre. Very good, right? Di ba? Ang ganda, no? Pagka-practicing ka pala, eh. Hindi mo Itong ginagawa ko, practice din to. Kaya lang, hindi to madali, eh. Hard labor ito. Biro mo, imagine mo, pwede palang ganun si Mr. Doroteo. Kaya niya palang kitain yung every month sa isang client lang. Isang client na lang, meron akong 40,000. And yet, I'm here in speak. And yet, I am here in front of my endangered species. Sabihin, si Mr. Doroteo pala, mag-practice na lang. Laki pala ng kita, eh. Tama ba, Miss Elvestre? And yet, I am here in front of you. Kumbaga, pwede ko na kayo iwanan, eh. Pwede na ako mag-practice, eh. Di ba? Sir Pineda, ikaw ba, pagka ganyan ang kita mo, 40,000, lagyan mo na lang 40,000 a month. Tama na isang client na, nasa bahay ka lang, ikaw na yung declarant, ikaw na yung operation supervisor, ikaw pa rin ang broker, ikaw pa rin ang operation. Wala kang binabayaran, sa bahay ka lang. And yet, you can earn 40. Magtuturo ka pa? Go lang. Tapos ang kaharap mo, no? Katulad nitong mga kaharap ko ngayon, ano? Hard labor. Lalo na kung kaharap mo si Miss Reyes, patay. Okay. Miss Silvestre, assuming the brokerage, the dutiable value, sa loob ng isang linggo, binigyan kita ng shipment. The customs or the dutiable value is 20 million. How much is your brokerage fee? Taki-compute. 20 million ang dutiable value. How much is your brokerage fee? Calculator, please. Mr. Pineda, paki-compute. Okay, isang shipment lang sa loob ng isang buwan, pero kumita ka sa brokerage fee ng ganyan kalaki. Di ba ang sarap, Mr. Pineda? Good or bad? Good. Kung nakadalawa ka, Mr. Pineda, dalawang 20 million, magkano? Around 60,000, right, Mr. Pineda? Very, very good, right? Di ba? Ang sarap, no? Ang sarap pala maging broker, no? Lalo na pag nakatapat ka sa magandang client, no? Miss Silvestre, di ba? Pagka maganda yung client mo, pagka malaki ang dutiable value. Panalangin mo, laging malaki ang dutiable value. Tama, Miss Silvestre? Because the dutiable value is where your P depends. In other words, class, the dutiable value or the bigger or the greater dutiable value, the more number of BL or airway bill, the merrier for a customs broker. Do you agree, Mr. Pineda? Okay, let's now move on to another source of income of a customs broker. Trucking and delivery. Wala po kayong truck pero you have to hire and employ the services of a trucking company. And with respect to trucking and delivery charges, there are two types. One is for FCL and the other one is LCL. Let's talk about LCL. LCL are those what? In crates, packages, and boxes po. And in determining how much would be the trucking charges, these are the factor: weight, measurement, and nature of the cargo. The greater the weight, the greater measurement, the critical of the character of the cargo will depend now on how much a customs broker will be charging its client. Clear, guys? Clear? Clear po ba? Another thing is the delivery site. The farther the warehouse of the consignee, then the greater the delivery charges. Right, Mr. Pineda? Kung ang kargamento mo ilalabas po ang Clark at i-deliver mo sa San Fernando, medyo malayo po yan, mas mataas ng kaunti. Tama po ba? Pag ang kargamento mo, i-deliver mo lang, ilalabas mo dito sa Clark, i-deliver mo sa Angeles, mas mababa. Tama, Mr. Pineda? Pag ang kargamento mo, ilalabas from Clark, i-deliver sa La Union, mas mahal po ba ang delivery? Right, because the delivery charges depends on how much fuel shall be consumed by the delivery equipment. Maliwanag po, Ms. Silvestre? Okay. Now, for FCL or for full container load shipment, it will depend upon the size of the container. The bigger the container, then the bigger the delivery charges. Right, Mr. Pineda? Pag di 20, di 40, di 45. Okay, yan po ang basis ng delivery charges. Another is the delivery site. The farther the site of the delivery, then the greater the delivery or tracking charges is. Tama po, Mr. Pineda? Now, kasama po ito, sakitan nyo po. If you're the customs broker, ako ang importer, okay, assuming ilalabas ninyo from Port of Manila, dadalhin dito sa Pampanga, let's say sa Angeles, yung isang di 20. Ang charge sa inyo ng tracking, kasi hindi naman po kayong tracking eh. Tama, Mr. Pineda? Mag-hire din kayo, tama? Okay, let's say, from Port of Manila, dadalhin dito sa Angeles City, ang charge sa inyo ng tracking is, let's say, 17,000. From Port of Manila to Angeles City. Now, Ms. Silvestre, ang charge sa iyo ng tracker mo, 17. Ngayon, babayaran mo yon. Tama, Ms. Silvestre? Now, kukuha ka ng reimbursement from your importer. Tama? Binayaran mo in advance, pero ibabalik sa iyo ng importer. Tama, Ms. Silvestre? How much are you going to charge your client, Ms. Silvestre? The same amount? Yes, patong. How much, Ms. Silvestre? It depends upon you. Ikaw, Mr. Pineda, magkano ipapatong mo? So, gagawin mo, charge mo, tama, 20. Tama? O, magkano kinita mo sa isang container? Ngayon, 10 container yung inilabas mo, lahat ng container, merong kang patong na 3,000. Magkano kinita mo? Ang sarap pala maging broker, ne? Tama. Now, do you realize now how good or how nice is to be a broker, Ms. Silvestre? May kita ka na sa brokerage fee, tama? May kita ka pa sa tracking, tama? And what's the rule regarding tracking? The more number of containers, the merrier for a customs broker. Is it not, Mr. Pineda? Yes, di ba? Ang sarap, no? Ikaw. Kung let's say sa loob ng isang buwan, nakapag-deliver ka ng 50 containers and every containers, meron ka na lang 2,000. Magkano kinita mo sa tracking pa lang, Mr. Pineda? Oh, not bad. Right? Di ba? Di ba? Ikaw, Miss Silvestre, magkano ipapatong mo? Magkano yung patong mo? 6,000? Wala kang originality, eh. Okay, next. So therefore, this is another source of income of a custom broker. So aside from the brokerage fee, meron pa siya sa tracking. Then another, unreceipted expenses po. Ayan. Processing po. This processing Standard po ang 2.5. Okay, and this processing shall be spent by a processor. Ngayon, if you were the customs broker and at the same time the processor, matitipid nyo po yan. Kayo po ang makikipag-transact sa Bureau of Customs, kayo na rin po maglalabas, kayo na po magpo-process. Normally po, pag pinatrabaho nyo po yan, kung may tao kayo, bibigyan mo siya ng 2,000, magagastos niya lang po mga 1,700 hanggang 1,800. So meron po siyang 200 pesos aside from his or her salary. Now, Miss Silvestre, binigyan mo ng 2,000, magkano i-charge mo sa kanya, Miss Silvestre, processing? I-charge mo yung client mo, magkano? Nakalagay ko po dyan, 500 po per airway bill or per BL po. Tama po, Miss Silvestre? Mr. Pineda, may kita na naman. Meron, panawid gutom. Yung kaninang panawid gutom mo, 60,000 sa broker. Panawid gutom. Grabe naman yung panawid gutom mo. Tapos sa tracking, kumita ka ng sa 50 container sa import, 100,000, panawid gutom ko pa lang yan. Ang yabang mo na. Ano, no? Siyempre, para kay Mr. Doroteo naman, medyo saglit-saglit nyo. Padala nyo naman ako ng Red Horse, di ba? Documentation, photocopies, notarial, itong processing na to, ito yung mga iaabot nyo sa Bureau of Customs employee habang tumatakbo yung papel ninyo. And since computerized na ngayon, wala na masyado ngayon. So ngayon, gagastos ka dyan, mga 1,500, tapos charge mo yung client mo ng 2,500. Meron ka 1,000 per BL, per airway bill. The more airway bill, the more BL, the merrier for a customs broker. Right, Mr. Pineda?
Yes, sir.
Di ba, Miss Reyes? Ang sarap, no? Biro mo yan. Di ba? Tapos, documentation. 1,000 po. Kasama po sa documentation, photocopies, notarial, enlargement. At ang nagastos mo lang naman is 750 sa isang BL. Meron kang Mr. Pineda, 250. Again, kita na naman. No? Talagang ano. No? Tapos pagdating naman sa handling, gastos ka lang ng 200, meron kang charge na 600. Meron ka na naman. Tama ba? 100, po, left and right ang taga mo, no? Pagka ganyan naman kayo, baka makalimutan ninyo ako, Mr. Silvestre, ha? Baka Mr. Pineda, Mr. Pahinado, Mr. Reyes. Pagka ganyan na yung mga banatan, mga kita, ha? Baka makalimutan ninyo ako, ha? Maliwanag po? Okay, very good. This part, receipted for charges, wala po tayong kita dito. Kasi po, these receipted charges or receipted for charges are to be billed on official receipt basis. Kung ang binayaran mo sa warpage is 2,000, ang ibibill mo sa kanya 2,000. Kasi po, wala pong kita talaga dito. If you paid arrested charges amounting to 5,000, yun din po ang ibabalik sa inyo ng client niyo. Storage fee and other incidental charges, ganun din po ang babayaran sa iyo. Babalik lang po sa inyo. So dito po, wala po tayong kita. Maliwanag? Maliwanag, Mr. Pineda. Another source of income, other receipted charges. Now, Miss Silvestre, mag-usap nga tayo. Ikaw yung customs broker and you are representing your importer, Mr. Pineda. I am the customs officer. Silvestre, are you listening to me? Okay, very good. Now, assuming when you filed and lodged your entry, I question your importer's dutiable value. Sabi ko, Miss Silvestre, bakit 10 million lang ito? Dapat ito 20 million at 10% rate of duty. Ba? Sa kanya, Miss Silvestre, sa'yo, Miss Silvestre, 10 million. Sa akin, ang findings ko, 20 million. Naku. Ako yung customs officer, Miss Silvestre. Oh, anong gagawin? Ayaw kong pumayag eh. 20 million yan, Miss Silvestre, hindi pa pwedeng 10 million yan. Oh, what are you going to do, Miss Silvestre? At ikaw na, ipipresent ko rin sa'yo kung paano ko nakuha. Mali ka, Miss Silvestre, tama ako. Oh, ganun na lang, Miss Silvestre. Eh, di hindi gagalaw yung papel mo hanggat hindi na i-resolve yung issue. Tama? Oh, Mr. Pineda, anong gagawin mo? Anong gagawin mo, Mr. Pineda? Fix me, right? Fix me. Fix me. Kasi bakit? Hindi pa pwedeng ganyan, Miss Silvestre. Sabay bukas ng drawer. Tama? Tama, Mr. Pineda? I am not trying to inject into your mind na ganyan ang labanan. Pero pagka ganyan po, naipit ka, teka muna po. Fix me or fix the customs officer. Now, Mr. Pineda, if you were the customs officer, anong sasabihin mo? Oh, sir, pwede bang 10 million na lang? Oh, sa payag ako, Miss Silvestre. Ang lagay, ganun-ganun na lang. Tama ba, Mr. Pineda? Okay. Assuming Miss Silvestre was able to convince me. Oh, Miss Silvestre, inayos mo ako. Oh, sige, sabi ko, payag ako sa 10 million lang. But, syempre, alam mo na. Tama, Mr. Pineda? Binigyan mo ako ngayon ng, oh, sir, pwede na bang 15 mil? Sabi ko, yes, okay na yan, Miss Silvestre. Now, Miss Silvestre, kakausapin mo ngayon yung client mo. Oh, anong sasabihin mo? Teka muna, wag mo muna siyang sisingilin, di pa nga kayo tapos eh. Sasabihin mo kayo ngayon sa client mo, Mr. Client, kini-question po yung dutiable value natin. Ayaw pong pumayag ng 10 million, ang gusto po 20 million. Ang sabi ng client, ayusin mo, Miss Silvestre, broker ka. Ngayon, naayos mo na pala, bago ka nakipag-usap sa kanya. 15,000 ang hiningi. Ano ang sasabihin mo sa client mo? How much? Magkano idadagdag mo? Magkano idadagdag mo? Mr. Pineda, magkano idadagdag mo? 15 ang inilabas mo, pinampaluwal mo, magkano idadagdag mo? Okay. Mabait pa siya. Malupit si Mr. Pineda. Bakit? Pwede bang sabi mo, 15 binayaran, binigay mo, pero sasabihin ni Mrs. Silvestre, 20. Ikaw naman, Mr. Pineda, sinabi mo, 25. Maniniwala ba sa yung client? The answer is yes, kasi nung binigay mo, wala siya doon. Did you get it? Did you get it? Ibig sabihin po niyan, kahit sabihin mo ng 20 or 25, maniniwala siya. Bakit? Hindi naman niya nakita kung magkano talaga inabot mo dahil patago ang abot, right? Hindi naman pwedeng i-open ang abutan. Tama, Mr. Pineda? So, magkano kinita mo, Mr. Pineda? Nung araw na yon, kumita ka ng 10. Ikaw, Mr. Silvestre, magkano kinita mo? Nadulas ka na, hindi mo na pwedeng dagdagan. Kasi bakit? Nag-20 ka na eh. Kaya kung magdadagdag ka, siguruhin mo, wala nang baguhan. Right, Mr. Pineda? Okay. Magkano yung kinita mo, Mr. Pineda? Panawid, gutom again. Pambiling Red Doors, mo, isang truck na Red Doors. Yan po yung other unreceipted expenses po. Facilitation, representation, rush processing and delivery. Kasama po yan. But prior making any expenses on this, you have to or you must secure first the consent and approval of your client. Tanungin mo muna kung papayag sila. 15, kausap mo si appraiser, tanungin mo, Miss Silvestre, Sir, Ma'am, nangihingi po. Magkano yung hinihingi? Kunwari, galit pa yung partner. No? Medyo nagulat si Miss Silvestre. 20,000 po. 5,000 lang kinita. Si Mr. Pineda, sanay na. Sir, nangingi po ng 25. Bigyan ko na po ba? Sige, bigyan mo na. Okay. Oh, di at least may panawid gutom ka. Right, Mr. Silvestre, Miss Silvestre and Mr. Pineda? Okay. Now, I will tell you why kailangan po ng konting patong. Kasi kailangan po matutulog din po kasi ang pera ninyo. Terms of payment, ito po yung pinaka-importante. When you buy goods from a department store, cash po yan. But when a customs broker renders services, professional services to a client, hindi po cash ang bayad. There would be terms of payment. And normally, ang terms of payment po ranges from 10 days, 15 days, 30 days. Ano ang pinakamagandang terms of payment? Miss Silvestre. The longer the terms of payment, not merrier for a customs broker. The shorter term of payment, the merrier for a customs broker. Did you get it? Did you get it, Mr. Pineda? So, 15 days po, that is standard po. Pag lumagpas po ng 15 days, nangingi po ng 30 days, yung ginastos nyo po, yung kita nyo po, 30 days nyo pa makukuha. Maliwanag? Yes. Naintindihan? Okay. So, the shorter the terms of payment, the merrier for a customs broker. Okay. Miss Silvestre, baka sabihin siya, paano Miss Silvestre kung sinabi ko sa'yo? Mr. Pineda, sabi ko sa'yo, pwede bang gawin natin 60 days? Diyos ko, tagal nun. Tama? Tagal yun. Matagal yun, Miss Pineda, Mr. Pineda, Miss Silvestre, matagal yun, 60 days. Okay? So, therefore, ang standard po dyan is 15 calendar days po. Dapat bayaran niya. And the 15 calendar days shall be reckoned from date of receipt of the service invoice or billing po ng broker. Maliwanag? Now, the last paragraph. Should you have any inquiries or should you have inquiries, comma, please email or contact, okay, your name and your contact details, comma, email address and your contact number. Then after that, Miss Reyes, BTY, BTY, you know what does BTY mean or stand for? Yes, what does it mean or what does it stand for? Very truly yours, comma. Your name, then signature, then lagay nyo na po yung title nyo. Although your letterhead says you are a customs broker, but this time, ilalagay nyo na po. Kasi po, pwede pong iba ang magpadala ng quotation, non-customs broker, kaya po ikinaklaro natin dyan. Klaro, guys? Very good. Do you have any question so far? Okay, this afternoon I am going to discuss container guarantee and I will entertain question from 1 o'clock to 2:30. Klaro, guys? Okay, ano no? Ano sabi daw? Miss, Miss Silvestre, do you have any question? Mr. Sabado, do you have any question? Mr. Pineda, Miss Pineda, do you have any question?
None, sir.
Mr. Pineda, nandiyan pa ba si Miss Beautiful? Miss Mariano? Mr. Pineda, nandiyan pa ba si Miss Beautiful?
Nandiyan siya, sir.
Okay. Do you have any question, Miss Beautiful? What about you, Miss Regala? Do you have any question? Miss Regala, do you have any question? Oh, guys. Miss Brave, do you have any question? Miss Tapang? Oh, if you have any question, prepare it, then ask it this 1 to 2:30 this afternoon. Klaro, guys?
Hi, sir. Ako din sa
Opo. Ay, siyempre, mahal yata yung laptop mo eh. Ano daw yung babayaran mo? Duties and taxes? Oh yes, oh yes, yes. Mr. Pineda, ikaw nga sumagot sa kanya. Babayaran niya daw 26,000 pesos. Mahal ba yung laptop niya? Yes po. Mahal ba yung popcorn niya? Mahal po. Ano po ang kukwentahin sa kanya? Duties and value-added tax po. So, is it possible, Mr. Pineda, na dapat niyang bayaran yung 26,000? Yes po, mahal po yung laptop mo, Miss Nugal. Okay? Kung mataas po ang rate of duty, actually, ang laptop, mura lang ang rate of duty. However, mahal ang laptop mo, Miss Nugal. Gaano ba kalaki yung pakete mo? Mr. Pineda, matanong ako sa iyo. Tama bang tanungin sa akin ni Miss Nugal itong question niya na to? Hindi siya related, right? Miss Nugal, pinagbigyan kita sa tanong mo. Kasi po, yun sa iyo po, problema mo sarili yan. Hindi po. Is the question of Miss Nugal, Mr. Pineda, related to our subject matter? Hindi po. Hindi naman po ito subject na kailangan alam ko yan eh. Pero kaya kung gagawa ka, kung you're going to ask question, yes, it's all right. Alam kong sagutin 'yan. Kaya lang po, make sure that when you ask question, make sure that it is related and connected to our subject matter. Clear, guys? Nakakaya naman kay BBD. Hindi naman ako tanungan na nawawalang baka. Miss Sylvester, tama lang ba ako? Huwag mong tatanungin sa akin yung hindi related. Problema mo yan eh. Di kausapin mo kung sinong customs broker dyan o kung sinong courier service dyan. Tama, Mr. Pineda? And let them explain to you why you should be required to pay that amount. Tama, Mr. Pineda? Yeah. Mahirap kasi yung tanong ng tanong. Okay, you're dismissed in the meantime, but I'll see you again at exactly 1 o'clock po. Thank you. Balik ako ha.
Sir, post mo na lang po yung screen.
Ay, dali. So yan ano?
Yes po.
Post mo na lang. Now, this letter is called container guarantee. Okay? And if a customs broker or if an importer through its customs broker would apply for the release and withdrawal of an FCL shipment, the shipping line would be requiring the importer to issue or execute a container guarantee. Now, as a customs broker, before I can secure the release order or the delivery order from the shipping line, I would be paying through my processor the destination charges. And the destination charges includes shipping line charges, documentations, okay, terminal handling fee. If the freight is not yet paid, then the importer has to pay. If the freight is already paid, then there is no need. Alam niyo naman siguro, Mr. Relebo, what are prepaid and what are collect. Do you still remember that, Mr. Relebo? Paki-cite mo nga sa akin if freight, what kind or what Incoterm wherein the freight is to be paid in Manila or in the Philippines. What kind of terms of shipment or what kind of Incoterms? Ano daw? Ano daw? Mr. Pineda, what I'm asking is what kind or what Incoterms wherein the ocean freight is to be paid or the freight is to be paid in Manila or in the Philippines. Yes, Mr. Relevo, go ahead. Yes. Answer please. Parang review nyo ng tariff 3 yan. Kaya ako tinatanong sa inyo. Anong Incoterms? Anong pong Incoterms? What Incoterms wherein the freight is to be paid in the Philippines? Delivered. What I'm asking is the freight, the transport cost, carriage cost is to be paid in the Philippines. Miss Season, you. No, 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 no. What I'm asking is the freight to be paid in the Philippines. Mhm. No, Silvestre. Silvestre, you. Let's go. Let's go back to Incoterms. If it is X work, X warehouse, X plant, X factory, the buyer only pays for the value of the goods. The buyer pays for the freight cost from the warehouse up to the Philippines. So yan po, ang freight po, ang tawag po dyan is freight collect po kasi dito po babayaran sa Pilipinas. If it is Group F, FCA, FAS, and FOB, the same thing po. The freight is to be paid upon arrival of the goods in the destination po, which is what? The Philippines po. Do you still remember that Incoterms, Mr. Relebo? Mr. Pineda? Okay. Now, if the Incoterms is Group C, Group D, then the freight is paid in the origin. In other words, if it is CFR, CIF, the seller abroad is required to advance the payment of the freight cost from origin to destination. Ganyan po ang CFR. In other words, class, if the term of shipment is Group E or Group F, then the buyer importer will pay the freight here in the Philippines. But if the Incoterms is Group C or Group D, then the freight cost shall be paid in advance by the seller in the country of origin. So, if a customs broker is applying for a delivery order with the shipping line, and the customs broker is acting on behalf of the importer, if the term of shipment is Group E or Group F, then the customs broker is required to pay all shipping charges which includes the freight. Mabayaran mo yan bago ka mabigyan ng delivery order. Kasi po, ang Incoterms po is X work or FOB or FAS. But if the customs broker is applying for a delivery order from the shipping line and the term of shipment between the buyer and the seller is Group C or Group D, only shipping line charges shall be paid by the importer through customs broker, excluding or except the freight. Kasi po, bayad na ng seller abroad. Kasi po, Group C or Group D siya. Nakuha, Mr. Pineda? Okay, very good. Now, whether a freight, so ibig sabihin po niyan, pagka Group E at Group F po, ang tawag po doon sa freight na yon, freight collect, meaning the freight is to be paid here. If it is freight prepaid, meaning the freight cost has been paid in the country of origin. Group F and Group D po. Bayad na po. So, siyempre, alam niyo naman siguro, pagka Group P and Group F, mas mura po yan kasi hindi po kasama ang freight at saka insurance. Pero pagka Group C and Group D, mahal po yan kasi po, kadalasan po kasama ang freight at kasama ang insurance na ikino-quote ng seller sa buyer po. Ganyan po siya kamahal. Okay? Now, regardless whether the freight is to be paid here in the Philippines or paid in the country of origin, if a customs broker applies for a delivery from the shipping line, then it is a requirement that the importer has to issue a container guarantee if the shipment to be withdrawn from the Bureau of Customs is FCL or full container load. A container guarantee is not required when the shipment to be released is an LCL shipment, meaning in bags, in cartons, in boxes, in packages, container guarantee is not required. Container guarantee is required only when the shipment to be withdrawn is in container. Kasi po, lalabas po yung kargamento, kasama po ang container. Pag LCL po, ang ilalabas lang po yung kargamento, hindi po kasama yung container. Kaya po, pagka po LCL, there is no need for the importer to issue a container guarantee para ma-issuean siya ng delivery order. Now, okay. Guys, are you getting me? Okay, very good. Now, in making a container guarantee, since it is the importer who is required to issue the container guarantee, then it is the importer's letterhead is to be used in issuing now or executing now the container guarantee. Okay? Now, what is a container guarantee and its purpose? Okay? A container guarantee is a formal assurance executed by the importer in favor of the shipping lines. Remember, the container is owned by the shipping lines. And what is contained in the container, the goods or the shipment, is not owned by the shipping line, but of course owned by the consignee or the importer. Now, what is the purpose of this container guarantee? Okay, the purpose of this container guarantee is to assure the shipping lines that after withdrawal of the FCL from the BOC and delivery to the consignee's warehouse and removal of the goods from the container, the empty container shall be returned by the importer to the shipping line container depot or container yard. Ibabalik po niya yung empty. Kasi po, yung pong container na yon, hindi po kasama sa binayaran ng importer. Ang binayaran lang po ng importer, yung value po ng goods na nakasakay or nakalagay sa loob ng isang container. Tatanungin niyo, sir, ano po ang binayaran niyang freight? Ang binayaran lang pong freight, the freight or the freight cost includes only the transportation cost plus the use of the container. But the container remains to be the property of the shipping line. Pag-aari pa rin po niyan. Nung nagbayad po ng freight, whether it is freight collect or freight prepaid, ang babayaran lang po or ang binayaran lang po, yung freight cost from origin to destination, yung pamasahe po, plus the use of the container. Hindi po kasama sa binayaran yan. Yung freight po, hindi po kasama yung cost ng or price ng container. Yung paggamit lang po at saka yung pamasahe ng goods. Clear, Miss Season? Mr. Relebo, clear? Mr. Relebo? Okay, Miss Silvestre, clear? Ibig sabihin po dyan, pagka po binayaran yung freight sa origin, ang binayaran lang po, pamasahe lang, at yung paggamit ng container. Ngayon, kung dito babayaran, ganun din po. Kung freight po is to be paid here in the Philippines, ang binayaran lang po, yung paggamit ng container plus the cost of moving the goods or transporting the goods from origin to Philippines. Yun lang po ang binayaran. But, the container remains or will remain to be the property of the shipping line. So, in case an FCL 20-footer, 40-footer, 45-footer is to be withdrawn. Kasama po yung goods, kasama po yung container, there is an obligation imposed upon the importer to return the empty container to the shipping lines. Kasi po, pag-aari po ng shipping lines yan, yung container na yan. So, if an FCL loaded with goods is to be withdrawn by the customs broker before shipping lines allows the withdrawal of that loaded container, then the shipping line would ask or would demand from the importer to execute a container guarantee na kailangan ibalik mo yan pagkatapos mong gamitin. Pagka wala pong container guarantee, there would be no withdrawal of FCL. That is a mandatory requirements. Bakit po? Kasi po pagka po walang container guarantee, paano po pag hindi ibinalik? Kawawa naman po ang shipping lines. Kasi po, yung container, kanya po yun. Gagamitin niya pa uli yun. So therefore, to assure that the shipping line or that the importer will return the empty container. So, tingnan niyo to, ha? Oh, let me illustrate it at the board. Can you see me at the board? Can you see the whiteboard? Okay. So, kung ito po yung container, it is loaded. Okay? Loaded. BOC po, withdraw mo, ilalabas mo. Okay? Dadalhin mo sa warehouse ng consignee. Okay. Shipping line will not allow the importer through its customs broker to withdraw it without the container guarantee. So loaded po, ilalabas, dadalhin po ngayon saan? Sa warehouse ng consignee. Now, after withdrawal and delivery of the loaded container to the warehouse consignee, ano po ang gagawin ng consignee, Miss Season? Doon sa container. Bubuksan po muna, tapos saka po kukunin yung laman. Then after totally or completely removing or stripping the contents of the loaded container, so nandito na po yung container, tama po ba? Tinanggal na po yung laman, nandito na po sa warehouse, nakapasok na. O, ngayon, how would you call now this container? Ito, tawag dito, nung kinuha mo, loaded. And after delivering it, and it was stripped, or the container was stripped from its content, anong tawag mo ngayon? Ang tawag dyan is what? Empty container. Okay? So that empty container, pursuant to a container guarantee, is to be returned by the importer to the shipping line, container depot. What is the guarantee? Ibabalik ko yan ng walang sira, walang bawas, within the shipping line prescribed period. Ang tawag po doon is detention period. And what is that detention period? It is what? 3 days or 72 hours from time of withdrawal of the loaded container from the BOC, okay, dadali mo sa warehouse, istripin doon, then the container may be kept by the importer within the 3 days or 72 hours period. Within, ibig sabihin, kung anong oras mo kinuha dito, okay, pwede mo pang gamitin yung container, dalhin dito, kaya lang po, within 72 hours or 3 days, you have to return the empty container to the shipping lines, container depot, or container yard. Yan po ang obligasyon mo when an importer, or that is the obligation of an importer whenever an importer issues or executes a container guarantee. Okay? Now, a container guarantee is a formal assurance issued or executed by an importer in favor of the shipping lines, assuring and guaranteeing the safe return, okay, the safe return of empty container to the shipping lines, container depot, or container yard. And that safe return means what, Miss Season? What do you mean by safe return? Walang damage, free from physical damage, and good condition. Meaning, pag inilabas mo yung loaded, i-inspectionin yan. Walang sira yan nung inilabas mo. Pag ibinalik mo yung empty container, dapat po, wala rin din po siyang sira. Did you get it, class? Otherwise, if there would be damage, or in case the container or the empty container has been lost, then the importer shall be liable to the shipping line because of what? The container guarantee. So pag hindi, o naibalik mo may sira, liable ka sa shipping line. Ikaw magbabayad ng sira. Now, kung hindi mo na talaga maibabalik, something happens to the container or the container gets lost, then the importer has to pay for the cost or for the price of the container. Ganun po ang function ng container guarantee. Okay? And this container guarantee can be used by the shipping line against the importer who returned the empty container with damage, or against the importer who failed to return the empty. Sabi, pag hindi mo na ibalik, bayad ka. Ang gagamitin sa iyo ngayon, anong ebidensya ngayon? The container guarantee ang gagamitin sa iyo. Now, can an importer contest that? No, because meron pong container guarantee. Okay? Now, in preparing a container guarantee, it is the importer's letterhead to be used. Ms. Sison, may I hear from you regarding your importer's letterhead? Yes, go ahead. Mr. Relebo, do you have your importer's letterhead now? Naghahanap talagang hindi pa nakahanda pa sa akin Mr. Pineda, do you have your importer's letterhead? And let me see, or let me hear if it is really an importer. Wala pa. Kahapon pa yan Kahapon pa ako nagbigay ng deadline dyan Miss Silvestre, do you have your importer's letterhead? Okay, kindly read your importer's letterhead. Hahanapin pa rin? Okay, Crossport Trading Corporation. Mr. Relebo, have you heard the name of the importers or importer of Miss Silvestre? Pakiulit mo nga, Miss Silvestre, sabihin mo kay Mr. Relebo. Yes, Mr. Relebo, does it sound an importer? Okay. When you make a importer's letterhead, make sure that the name sounds or looks like an importer. It's very easy. What is your initial, Mr. Relebo? JPR, Import and Export Corporation. Does it sound an importer, Mr. Relebo? Okay, Gian Pineda Trading Incorporated. Does it sound, Mr. Pineda, an importer? Christine Rivera Trader or Commodity Supplier Incorporated. Does it sound an importer, Miss Rivera? Okay, yan, tandaan ninyo. So, class, don't complicate the name of your importer. Make sure lang po that your name as importer really sounds an importer. Did you get it, Miss Silvestre? Mr. Relebo? Miss Mendoza? Ikaw ba, Miss Rivera, meron ka na bang letterhead ng importer mo? Yes, what's the name of your importer? Wala kang originality na eh. Parang nakita ko yan. Parang ako gumawa yata niyan, Miss Rivera eh. Tama ba? But it's, opo, nandun po yan. Pinorward ko po sa inyo yan. It's alright. Wala naman pong problema eh. Wag mo kong aawayin, Miss Rivera. I'm just trying to tell you na ako gumawa niyan. Hindi, kasi parang inaaway mo ako. Ako po gumawa niyan. Okay? What about you, Miss Silvestre? Meron ka na ba? Na ikaw ang na meron ka na bang importer's letterhead? Yung binasa mo. Okay, tandaan niyo po ito. When you prepare an importer's letterhead, make sure that it sounds an importer. And make sure that the importer is importing not specific goods, but general goods. Ibig sabihin po niyan, huwag kayong maglalagay ng JPR, Textile Incorporated. O, ano ibig sabihin nun, Mr. Relebo? Pagka ginamitan ko kayo. Ng JPR Textile Incorporated. Ano ibig sabihin nun? Mr. Specific. Ini-import mo. You are an importer of what? Clothing and garments material. So, ang gagamitin nyo po, general po. Huwag nyo kayo pong gagamit ng specific products po. Maliwanag po? Maliwanag po. Kasi po, pag nagbigay ako ng problem, ang igagaranti nyong laman ng kargamento ng container is mining equipment parts and you are an importer of textile, it is not compatible. Tama ba, Mr. Relebo? Mr. Relebo, tama po ba? Mr. Pineda, tama po ba? So ano po ang rule dito? Pagka po gawa kayo ng importer's letterhead, make sure it will not describe which item or what item that the importer buys from abroad. Kayo po, gumamit po kayo ng general. Katulad nung ginamit ni Ms. Rivera, ABC, import and export. Wala po nakalagay kung ano specific. So therefore, magpipit po sa lahat. Tama, Mr. Relebo? Tama ba, Ms. Silvestre? Hindi po kailangan specific. Don't mention the products or the product. Just mention that the importer is engaged in importation activity. Marami po yan. DEF Trading Corporation. DEF Sales and Import Corporation. Marami po. But don't be specific on products. Just make your letterhead sounds or looks an importer. Yun lang po ang kailangan. And again, if you have read my example of an importer's letterhead, pangalan po, ano nakalagay na ginamit ko, Miss Silvestre? Doon sa sample ko. Cambry, Cambry Import and Export Corporation. So, general po siya. Hindi po alam kung ano ini-import niya. Kaya po pag nagbigay ako ng sample, illustration ng item na nakalagay sa isang container, at least magpipit po kasi po general po yung letterhead ninyo. Did you get what I mean, class? Class, I'm asking you, nakukuha nyo ba? Yes, that's it. Now, Miss Silvestre, nasaan ngayon yung address at contact number at saka email address nung importer na ginawa ko? Is it below the name or at the bottom part of the letterhead? Bottom part. Pwede po ba yun? The answer is yes. Pwede po pagkatapos ng pangalan at sa ilalim po. It's up to you. It's your choice whether you will place the address, email address, contact numbers after the name or the bottom part of your letterhead. Nasa sa inyo po yan. Kung saan po magiging maganda, nasa sa inyo po yan. But make sure yung pong importer, may logo rin po siya. Huwag niyong gagayahin kay Miss Season na mas malaki pa sa kanya yung logo. Okay? Kasi po may nakita akong logo eh. Mas kinain na po yung kalahating page, wala na po mailalagay. At saka yung letterhead at logo ni Miss Season, nag-space pa siya ng email, office address. Hindi po, dikit-dikit na po kagad yun. Huwag niyo na po space kasi po, kakainin yung kalahati. Tama, Mr. Pineda? Oo, kasi nakita ko kay Miss Season eh. Mas malaki pa sa kanya yung letterhead. Sayang po yung space. Tama po ba? Okay. Kasi I'm just making a comment or suggestion. Dapat, ang logo po, medyo, makita lang po, maliit lang, okay na po. Tapos yung email, office address, pwede mo magkakadikit, hindi na po space. Kasi pagka dinoble space mo pa yun, triple space mo po, letterhead pa lang, kalahati na ng papel mo. Tama, Miss Season? Maglalagay ka ng date, tapos space, tapos shipping line. Pagdating doon, shipping line pala, next page ka na kagad. Di ba? Maliwanag, guys? So make sure, maiksi lang. Huwag masyadong malapad. Hindi ko kailangan yung napakalaking letterhead, napakalaking ng logo ninyo. Hindi kailangan yon. Now, aside from importer letterhead, okay, of course, the importer's letterhead should include those information. Office address, email address, and the contact numbers. Number 2, or letter B, standard format po. Meron pong format tayo sinusunod. Now, in the actual practice, every shipping line has a standard format for container guarantee. Meron po silang sinusunod na standard format po. But what I have prepared to you is the standard po. Pwedeng gamitin po kahit saang shipping line. But there are some shipping line, meron po silang sinusunod na format. Letter C, the assurance, of course. When an importer executes a container guarantee, the importer gives an assurance that the empty container will be returned. Letter D, there is an assurance that the empty container from time of withdrawal, the empty container shall be returned within a period of 72 hours or 3 days po. So pagka galing po dito, kung let's say lumabas po ng alas 2, at ngayon po, the importer is given or allowed to use the container for 72 hours or 3 days po. Within that period, the empty container is to be returned by the importer to the shipping lines depot or shipping or container yard. Otherwise, the container or the importer will be is violating the assurance contained in the container guarantee pag hindi mo na ibalik on time. Okay? Letter E, demurrage and detention charges, and letter F, association of international shipping lines. I will discuss to you what are these. So this is the sample of a container guarantee. Annex C po. Okay? Miss Season, please read. Yep. Okay, alam na natin yan. Alam na natin po yan. Dapat po, importers po ang letterhead. Hindi po customs broker, ha? Importers po. Okay. Next. No, the date pa. The date pa po. The date pa po. Ayun po, nakalimutan mo, date. The date when the importer has issued the container guarantee. And do not again indicate the word date. Ilalagay nyo lang daw. Kung ngayon po, January 5 po, January 5, 2021 po. Huwag nyo na po ilalagay yung date. Okay? Kasi po, magiging redundant kung lalagyan nyo pa ng date. Tama? Name of shipping lines. O, space, then, space, date, space, then, the name of shipping lines. Miss Season, can you give me name of shipping line sample? Wala kang idea na eh. Wala kang idea. Oh, if I would be asking you to prepare a container guarantee, I will give you the details. Babasahin niyo po yung details o yung ginawa ko, then prepare it. Ganun po yan. Mr. Relebo? Mr. Relebo? Mr. Relebo? Nakakita ka na ba ng container? Nakakita ka na ng container? Have you seen a container before? Of course. Don't tell me, Mr. Relebo, you have not seen a container before. Nakakita ka na ng container? Anong kulay? Yung madalas mo makita. Yung isa, kulay green. Yung Maersk Line. Ibig sabihin po nun, that container belongs to Maersk Line shipping po. Maliwanag po? Maliwanag. Yung kulay green. May nakikita ka? Yes po, evergreen po. Meaning, if evergreen is written in the container, meaning it is owned by Evergreen Shipping Line, right? So yun po ang mga shipping line. So sabi ni Mr. Relebo, Maersk Line, meron pong MCC Transport, meron din pong American President Lines, meron din pong One High. There are so many shipping lines. And normally, the name of the shipping lines is written on the container itself. Do you agree, Mr. Relebo? Yes po. Kaya po pag nakita niyo may pangalan po yun, ibig sabihin po, yun po ang shipping line, and that shipping line is the owner of the container. So name of shipping line, ilalagay po dyan, is the name of the shipping line who owns the container. And of course, the address. Baka Mami Season, baka tanungin mo ako, Sir, ibibigay mo ba yung name of shipping lines? Of course. Sir, ibibigay mo ba yung address? Of course. Hahanapin nyo nga lang sa problem. Subject. Miss Season. Meron pa, colon. Huwag mong kakalimutan. Subject, colon po. Bago pumunta tayo doon sa vessel name and voyage. That vessel name, yung pangalan po ng barko, which transported the goods from the origin to the Philippines po. And of course, the voyage number. Sir, will that be included in the problem? Yes, of course, I will include that in the problem. Bill of lading number, yes po, I am going to include that information. What is the bill of lading number? I will include that in the problem, but you have to look for that. Maliwanag po in the problem. Commodity description. Okay? Will that be included also in the problem? Yes. Kaya po, sinasabi ko sa iyo, Mr. Relebo, Mr. Pineda, Miss Silvestre, Miss Rivera, kaya po sinasabi ko, dapat po general. Kasi po, pag nakalagay po yung commodity description, at nakalagay po dyan, bigas, tapos ang importer's letter mo, importer ka po ng soft drinks, ang layo po, right? Tama ba, Mr. Pineda? Tama, di ba? Kasi kunyari, importer ka ng bigas, tapos ang letterhead mo, importer ka ng soft drinks. Anong kinalaman ng soft drinks sa bigas? Right? Miss Silvestre? Kaya po dapat, ang importer's letterhead should be what? Should not be specific, but should be what? In general po, right? Okay. Container numbers. Pag sinabi pong container numbers, more than one container is to be pulled out. But if it is only with this container number, meaning only one loaded container is to be pulled out, right? Yes. Totoo po yan. Okay. Container numbers is composed, or container number is composed of 4 capital letters followed by 7 numbers po. Maliwanag, guys? Okay, Mr. Relebo, you said a while ago that you have already seen a container before, right? Saan makikita yung container number? Where can you find the container number? The back. At the back, at the back, at the back. Nasa likuran po. Di ba? Merong susi, tama. Merong lock doon, tama. Nakalagay po sa bandang kaliwa. Maliwanag po? Maliwanag po? Nakalagay po sa bandang likod po yon. Nakalagay po sa bandang kaliwa. 4 letters and 4 letters followed by 7 numbers po. O, yan po. Yung container number po. Pag sa tao po yan, ano equivalent po niyan sa tao para magkaintindihan tayo? Mr. Relebo, Mr. Pineda, ano ang similarity ng container number sa isang tao, katulad mo? Yes, student number. Sa tao po. Oh, para at least mabilis po tayo. It is similar to a fingerprint. Miss Season, naintindihan mo yung sinabi ko? Meron ka bang kaparehas na fingerprint? So, ang container number po, meron po bang magkaparehas? Hindi rin po. Kaya po, similar po ang container number with a fingerprint. There can never be two container bearing the same container numbers. Magkakaiba po yan. In other words, kung sa tao po, there can be no two person bearing or will bear the same fingerprint po. Maliwanag po? Very good. Very good. So, kaya po nakalagay dyan, container number. Kaya po nilalagay yung container number or numbers. What are those containers what are those container or containers that will be loaded containers that will be withdrawn from the BOC? Para po kung ano yung lalabas na loaded, ang ibabalik din po yung empty bearing the same container number po. Hindi pwedeng palitan po. Right, Ms. Izon, Ms. Silvestre? Yan po ang purpose ng container number. Okay? Next, please. Yes. Miss Season, ikaw po ang tinatawag ko. Yes, ikaw po. Yes, yes, of course, of course. Yes. Attention, colon again, colon. Okay. Okay, so therefore, the name of the shipping line, let's say Juan de la Cruz. Below it is the position of Mr. de la Cruz. I will give you position. Shipping line officer, shipping line manager, import manager. Yan po ang pwedeng ilagay niyong posisyon after the name po. Maliwanag or below the name po? Maliwanag, Miss Silvestre. Shipping line officer, shipping line manager, import manager, logistics manager po. Yan po yung mga pwedeng posisyon na ilagay ninyo. Again, opening salutation. Dear Mr. or Miss po. Pag lalaki po yung attention, then gamitin nyo MR. Pag babae po, kahit may asawa, then use MS. Clear guys? Okay, class. Liwanag? Ito po yung part po. There are three parts of the body of a container guarantee. First part, second part, and third part po. The first part, pakibasa Mr. Pineda. Name of the broker. If you're the broker, then indicate your name there. Okay, go ahead. Okay, question. Whose address is to be indicated in the complete address? Address po ng warehouse ng kanino? Ng importer or ng shipping line? Importer po, yan po ilalagay. So be careful, baka magkamali-mali kayo dyan. Do not indicate the address of customs broker kasi po hindi po idadalhin doon sa customs broker yung kargamento. Doon po sa consignee's warehouse or bodega po, right? How would you describe number one? This. Okay, number one or first paragraph po, please allow. The importer is requesting po, right? The importer is asking or requesting. Tama po, nakikiusap siya na yung loaded po, ilabas ng importer. Yan po yung ibig sabihin ng first paragraph po. Second paragraph, Ms. Silvestre. Hindi po dipot, dipo, silent T po. Alam mo, Mrs. Silvestre, pag sinabi mong dipot, ang pangit pakinggan, dipo. Continue, please. Okay. Okay, kung kailan po? Teka muna po. Kung winidraw po ngayon, anong oras po ngayon? Alas 2, January 5. Then, the shipping line allows you only to use the container 3 days or 72 hours from time and date of withdrawal. Dapat ibalik nyo po within 3 days or 72 hours. Continue. Okay. In the second paragraph, you are no longer asking, but the second paragraph, Mr. Pineda, Mr. Relevo, Miss Rivera, Miss Tomas, you are now assuring them. Ano yung ina-assure mo dito? that the empty container within or will be returned within the 3 days period or 72 hours. Or, and failure to return it within the said period, then the shipping line will charge now, okay, will charge now the importer with the so-called detention charges. Okay? O, ganito po, no? Look at the board. Kung 72 hours lang po, dapat ibalik mo within 72 hours from this point, ibabalik mo sa container or shipping line, container depot. Otherwise, pag lumagpas po ng 72 hours, or let's say, 3 days or after 3 days, saka mo pa lang naibalik, the shipping line will now charge the importer with the so-called detention charges po. And the detention charges is charged on per day basis po. And the amount of detention charges depends upon the shipping line po, kung magkano po ang i-charge nila sa inyo. Okay? Now, in case naibalik naman po within the 72 hours, however, nung inilabas po, maayos. Nung inilabas po yung loaded, maayos. Kaya lang po, nung pinagbalik, meron pong yupe or butas. And that dent or hole is damaged. Who will now answer for the damage? Is it the shipping line or is it the importer? Of course, the importer. Ikaw ang gumamit. Nung inilabas mo, walang sira yung container. Nung ibinalik mo yung empty, may sira na. May babayaran ba yung importer sa shipping line, Miss Silvestre? And how much? Kung magkano po yung damage doon sa container. Doon sa empty container. Are you getting me, Miss Season? Kumbaga, kinuha mo ng loaded, walang sira yung container, binalik mo, may sira. Tama ba? Yung sira na yon ipapagawa ng shipping line, pero yung cost of repair of the damage shall not be for the account of the shipping line, but it is to be, or it will be for the account of the importer, because it is the importer who is presumed to have caused the damage. Tama, Ms. Season? Yes, ikaw po ang gumamit, natural lang po, ikaw ang nakasira niyan. Okay? Now, the third, Miss Season, the third paragraph. So, pangalawang pong guarantee. So, yung first guarantee, ibabalik mo within 72 hours. Pag hindi mo naibalik, babayaran mo ng detention charges ng shipping line. Pangalawang guarantee, pag may sira po, babayaran po ng importer. Pangatlong guarantee po, in case the empty container cannot be returned anymore, then babayaran po ng importer ang shipping lines for the value of the container. Now, in case naibalik naman po, the problem is that the empty container is totally damaged. So, wala na pong gamit yan, totally damaged. Anong gagawin po? Babayaran ng importer si shipping line for the value of the empty container. Plus, an empty container, 20-footer cost sometimes naglalaro po sa 160 hanggang 170,000 po ang isa. Pag di 40 po, nasa mga 200. Pag di 45 po, nasa 220. Ang mahal pala, no? Yes po, mahal po ang empty container. Now, let me explain to you later letter B. O, after that, anong susunod ng third guarantee? Ibig sabihin po niyan, Pag hindi po naisoli yung container, talagang wala na yung container or naisoli man, kaya lang siran-sira na, immediately, the shipping line can use the container guarantee to go after the importer for the value of the container. Yan po ang gagamiting ebidensya sa'yo. Pag umabot po sila sa korte, ang gagamitin pong ebidensya ng shipping line against the importer is the container guarantee itself. Did you get it, Mr. Pineda? Wala na pong pag-uusapan kasi po nag-issue ka ng container guarantee at dito sa container guarantee, you assured the shipping line, susundin mo ito. Ngayon, pag hindi ka sumunod, the shipping line will be using as evidence of the container guarantee against you. Wala ka na pong palag kasi parang umamin ka na po dyan. Okay? Next, Mrs. Season. Closing salutation. BTY? Nakalimutan ka yata. Kama. Okay. Kasi, okay, wag niyong tatawanan yan kasi ako, merong mga importer, merong mga tao. Ano ba naman to? Very truly yours, walang kama. Lagi po yung may kama. Yung paggamit po ng colon, paggamit po ng semicolon, meron po mga ganun tao na meticuloso. Guys, as future customs broker, you will be dealing not only to Filipinos, you will be also dealing with foreigners. And there are some masyadong meticulous pagdating dito. Now, name of the importer, then name of the importer plus signature. Position, ito po yung pwede nyong gamitin. Import manager, baka mamaya lagyan nyo pa ng word na position, Miss Season ha. Hindi na po. Hindi nakakahiya naman lalagyan pa ng posisyon. Hindi na po. So, Diane Season, signature. Sa ilalim po niya, import manager, import and export manager, impex manager, import-export officer, purchasing manager, logistics manager, import traffic manager. Those are the common position po. Maliwanag po? O iba po yung broker na nakalagay doon, iba rin po ang nakalagay dito. Pagdating po sa BTY. Maliwanag, Miss Season? Miss Season, pwede bang ilagay lahat ng posisyon na to? Bakit? Isa lang po, hindi po pwedeng lahat. Kasi po, ang dami mo naman posisyon. Pati standing, pati sitting position, kinuha mo na yata. Miss Silvestre, isa lang ha? Mamimili ka lang ha? Baka mamaya import manager ka na, import officer ka pa, purchasing manager ka na, lahat nilagay mo. Isa lang po ang pipiliin ninyo. Okay? Maliwanag po. Okay, let me explain to you letter B now before we proceed or before I end up my lecture. Container guarantee. Nandyan na po ang definition sa inyo. What is AISL? O yan, AISL po is the association or group of international shipping lines. APL, Maersk Line, Evergreen, One High, lahat po member sila ng AISL. Okay? So dito po, ang member po dito, karamihan po niyan is international shipping lines, which are engaged, of course, in international trade. So, member po sila dyan ng AISL. Okay? Para at least alam nyo what is AISL all about. It is an association of all vessel owner engaged in foreign trade. Now, what is the counterpart of AISL, Miss Season? IATA po, IATA, para IATA po, IATA, International Air Transport Association. Ito po, counterpart ng AISL. So, what are members or who are members of IATA po, Miss Season? Airline companies po. Talaga naman, oo. Talaga naman, magme-menopause talaga kagad si Mr. Doroteo. International Airport Transport Association members are normally airline companies. Maliwanag po? Give me one airline company, Miss Season. Singapore Airline, China Airline, Japan Airline, British British Airways, Lufthansa, okay, Saudi Airlines, Saudi Airlines. Yes, Mr. Pineda, do you have any question? Hindi, sige, gusto mo, magparamihan tayo ng airline. O, syempre, dapat lang. Kasi bakit? Hindi kayo nagtitingin sa aeroplano eh. Pag dito sa Clark, may nakita kayo, merong plug yan, nakalagay din doon kung anong airline yan. Si Miss Season, ang alam niya, Philippine Airlines. Okay? Marami pong airline that operates or that enters our airspace. And most of these airline are member of the IATA. Miss Season, AISL, Association of Shipping Lines, tama? International Shipping Lines, tama? Counterpart is IATA. What subject matter in tariff 3 and 4 reminds you of something? Yes, ano po, ano po? Anong GRT? Baka GCR. O, kita mo na, the 70% of the gross conference rate applies to both AISL and the IATA po. Yan po yun. Kaya po, ikino-correlate ko para at least ma-repress po kayo. Ah, yan pala yan. Ibig sabihin po, pag sinabi po ng AISL, ito lang po ang sisingilin nila, ilan po din ang sisingilin ng shipping line. Pag sinabi po ng IATA, ito lang po ang sisingilin nila, then, yun lang po ang sisingilin nila. Because they are member and part of this group. Right, Miss Izon? Hindi po GRT ha, GCR po. Ano yung GCR? What does GCR stand for? Oo, ano? Ano? Mr. Pineda, pakitulungan mo, call a friend siya. Ay, wag kang sisigaw. Nagbumukhang tanga si Miss Season eh. Ikaw naman, oh. Huwag kang sisigaw eh. Nagmumukha, nakakaya naman. Miss Season, hindi ko sinisigawan yan. Kaya lang, tingin ko parang galit eh. Oh, okay? So therefore, ang tawag po doon sa agreed freight cost, freight rate to be charged by a shipping line or IATA or airline is called gross conference rate. Uniform po yan. Kahit saan po manggaling, ito po ang sisingilin nila. Kasi po agreed po yan ng shipping line and airline members of either AISL or IATA po. Maliwanag po? Maliwanag po. Sabi ko sa inyo eh. Maswerte kayo, hindi tayo naka face to face. Kawawa kayo talaga sa akin. Sandali lang. Andiyan ba si Mr. Verano? Mr. Verano? Okay. Let's now move on to another subject matter. Storage charges. Yes, go ahead. What is storage charges? English. Sige, Tagalogin mo, ita-translate ni Miss Camille Pinyon. Sige, Tagalogin mo. Okay, Miss Pinyon, paki-English mo nga. Ba, biglang naging mahina ang signal, maghina ang internet ni Miss Pinyon. Miss Silvestre, kindly define to me what is storage charges. Okay, let me define to you para mabilis po tayo. Storage charges are fees fees or charges collected by a rastri contractor or public banded warehouse for the safekeeping and warehousing services po. Simple as that po. That is SC. Okay? Storage charges are fees or rates charges collected by either a rastri contractor or public banded warehouse for safekeeping, storage, warehousing of goods. And from whom it is collected? Of course, the importer po. Sa kanila po yan sinisingil. Okay? And remember, storage charges is applicable to both kind of shipment. Whether it is LCL or FCL, it shall be collected. Ms. Sison, do you still remember the rule regarding storage charges? Anong first in person pinagsasabi mo dyan? Nanguhula ka, ha? Ms. Silvestre, do you still remember the rule regarding computation of storage charges? Mr. Pineda, you, tinan nyo na, nandyan pa lang kayo sa third year pala. Yes, what's the rule regarding computation of storage charges? What is 5 days? How do you call that 5 days? Ang tawag po doon, ito po yan, oh, ayan, tingnan nyo po, ayan, yan po yun. Tama po ba? Nakikita ninyo, oh, ikaw, Zison, ito, nandito, tatapat ko, ayan, napakikita ko, ayan, oh, nandyan, oh. Nakikita mo na, ito, yung 5 days, anong tawag mo sa FSP? Pre-storage period. And remember the computation of 5 days FSP, ang sabi po dyan is, ano po? It is to be counted from date of discharge of the last package from the vessel po. Tama po ba? Mr. Relebo, do you still remember this, Mr. Relebo? Okay. After 5 days, so ito po yung 5 days, no? Yan, ang tawag po dyan, free, wala pong babayaran. But after 5 days, ang tawag po doon is no longer FSP. It is already SP. Storage period po. Right, Miss Sison? Do you now recall it? Okay, yan ang hirap sa inyo. Kala ninyo kung ano lang yung tinuturo eh, no? Now, Mr. Pineda, what is the rule regarding perishable item? Regarding ano? Okay, no pre-storage period. And how do you compute storage period? Parang review na to Mr. Pineda? Is it per day or per hour basis? How do you compute the per hour basis? Ms. Sison, is it pairs in or pairs out? O ngayon, tumama ka na rin, alam mo pa rin. Mr. Relebo, plug in, plug out? Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, Mr. Relebo. Plug in from the time the reaper container is plugged in, then storage begins. Tama ba? No pre-storage period. Tama po ba? Miss Season, what about air shipment? Mali na naman po. Mr. Pineda, air freight shipment, how do you compute storage po? Yeah, go ahead. Ano po? Wait. Anong wait pinagsasabi mo dyan? Whichever is higher po. Ano ba naman? Naku, Diyos ko. Kaya nga meron tayong conversion from centimeters to kilograms. inches to kilograms, cubic meters to kilograms. Ang sinasabi ko po, pagdating po sa air freight, wala pong pre-storage period. Pagdating po ng barko, or not pagdating ng barko, once the aircraft lands, then storage begins po. Did you get it? Maliwanag po, guys? Okay, let's now move on to demurrage charges. Ito po ang demurrahe. Ito pong kargamento, loaded po, nasa loob po ng BOC. And under the rule of AISL, once the loaded container is unloaded or discharged in the port, the importer is given a prescribed period. So, meron pong mga shipping line. Let's say, kung ito shipping line na to, shipping line A, ang ibinibigay niya 3 days to withdraw it, to remove it from the customs zone or pier. Then, 3 days, let's say kung 2 days, 3 days, 4 days po, ang tawag po doon, pre-demurrage period. After the prescribed period, hindi mo pa rin na ilalabas, magkakaroon ka na po ng tinatawag na demurrahe po. Did you get it? Did you get it? Okay, Mr. Pineda, Ms. Silvestre. So therefore, ang demurrage po is collected by the shipping line for failure of the importer to withdraw the loaded container within their prescribed period. So what's now the difference between storage and demurrage? Storage is collected by a rastri operator or public banded warehouse, while a demurrage charges is collected by shipping lines po. Another difference, Miss Season. Ako na po. Storage charges applies to both LCL and FCL, while demurrage applies only to FCL. Clear, Miss Season? Okay, did you get it? Yan po ang difference. Now, meron po sumunod. Wag muna po tayo pupunta sa container deposit po. Punta po tayo sa detention charges. Mr. Relebo, ito po yung loaded. Tama po? Okay, dinala mo ngayon yung loaded dito sa consignee's warehouse. Tama po ba? Ang purpose po niyan, kaya diniliver ng customs broker sa warehouse ng consignee is for the consignee or importer to strip and remove the contents of the loaded container, right? Tama po ba? Maliwanag po? Yes po. Pagka po natanggal na yung laman, nalas na, ano mangyayari dito? Anong tawag mo dito? Wala nang laman. Empty na po siya. Empty container, and under the or in the container guarantee, this empty is to be returned. Ibabalik po yan. Tama po ba? Tama po ba? Yes po. Now, how many days or how many hours the empty container is required to be returned? 3 days or 72 hours. Yan po yun. Ibig sabihin po dan, within 72 hours or 3 days, ang tawag po doon is called free detention period. Wala pong babayaran. After that, okay, it is what? Detention period na po. May babayaran na po ba? Yes po. Ano po yung babayaran, Mr. Relebo? Hindi po, detention charges po kasi nasa labas na po siya. Hindi lang po nabalik. Ulitin ko po ha. Detention versus demurrage or demurrage versus detention po. Demurrage is failure of the importer to withdraw the FCL from the BOC. Collected by shipping line. Nandito po yung kargamento, hindi na ilabas po within the prescribed period. It may be 2 days, 3 days, 4 days po. Depende po sa shipping line. But if it is detention charges, nailabas naman po, kaya lang po, hindi na ibalik yung empty container within 3 days or 72 hours. Did you get the difference? Oh, anong difference, Mr. Pineda? Sige, paki-explain nyo sa akin. Inside. Nasa loob po ng customs, nasa loob po ng pier. Ang detention po, nasa labas po. Right? Another difference, Mr. Relevo. Demurrage versus detention. Sige nga, para ma-stretch ko nga yung mga kukote ninyo. Okay, na-strip. Mrs. Son. Yes? Demurrage versus detention. Andiyan ba sandali lang, si Miss Rivera ang gusto ko sumagot dito. Si Miss Beauty, Black Beauty. Miss Black Beauty, go ahead. Yun na muna, ano daw, sir? Kanina pa tayo nag-uusap-usap dito, ano daw? Miss Silvestre, unang distinction, Miss Silvestre ha. Miss Rivera, kanina pa ako nagsasalita dito. Miss Silvestre, demurrage, while FCL is inside the customs po, custom zone. Detention, the container is already outside. It's actually in the consignee's warehouse. Maliwanag po, Miss Silvestre, yan po ang pagkakaiba nila. Did you get it, Miss Silvestre? Second distinction, Miss Silvestre. Okay. In other words, class, tama po yung sagot ni Miss Silvestre. If it is demurrage, then we are talking of loaded. While if it is detention, we are talking of empty. Right, Miss Silvestre? Is that what you're saying? Yan po ang second distinction. Did you get it, Mr. Relevo? Mr. Relevo, kita nyo na, akala nyo kung ganun-ganun lang, no? First distinction, yung sa demurrage po, nasa loob po ng custom zone. Yung detention po, nasa labas po. Maliwanag po? Second distinction, demurrage applies to loaded, while detention applies to empty. Maliwanag, Miss Season? Alam niyo kung ano lang subject ninyo, ni. Now, I'm done already with container guarantee, AISL, IATA, storage charges, demurrage charges, detention period, detention charges po. Have I missed something? Meron ba akong hindi na i-explain? Yan, alam ko na, tatanong mo yan kasi nilaktawan ko talaga po siya. Okay, ito po yung illustration ng container deposit po, no? Look at the board again. Okay, ito po, no? If this is loaded container, and the importer is applying for the withdrawal of this loaded container, hindi ba nakikita? Yan, nakikita na? Okay na? Sandali lang, sandali lang. Buburahin ko na lang ito sa baba. Nakakaya naman sa inyo. Pasensya na kayo, ha? Okay. If this is a loaded container, meaning it is loaded with goods, tama? And if the importer through its customs broker is applying for the withdrawal of this, ano yung i-issue ni importer for the safe return of the container? Anong tawag doon? Container guarantee. Guarantee po. So, ibig sabihin po niyan, meron na pong container guarantee, Tama po? Maliwanag po. Aside from the container guarantee, the shipping line will require now the importer to pay a container deposit. Ms. Silvestre, how would you describe the practice of the shipping line regarding container guarantee and container deposit? Masyado ba silang sigurista? Yes, may container guarantee na, may container deposit pa, may season. Naintindihan mo? Okay, so how much now is the container deposit to be paid by the importer to the shipping line? Remember class, container deposit is just an assurance. It is like a bond. Although it is to be paid by the importer, but after return of the empty container, ibabalik po kung magkano yung binayaran. Did you get it, Ms. Silvestre? Okay, ibig sabihin po, a container deposit, although paid by the importer in favor of the shipping line, however, that is refundable po. Refundable only when the empty has been returned. Mr. Relabo, are you getting me? About you, Mr. Pineda, ibig sabihin po ng container deposit, bayad ka, pero pag naisoli mo na yung container, ibabalik sa iyo kung magkano binayaran. Maliwanag po ba? Miss Silvestre, pag bumili ka pa ng soft drinks, wag sa 7-Eleven, sa sari-sari store. Bumili ka ng soft drink. Alam mo, tinanong ka ng sari-sari store na nagtitinda, iinumin niyo po ba dito? Ang sagot ni Miss Silvestre, yes po. Is Miss Silvestre required to pay the deposit of the bottle? Sagot! No. Why? Because iinumin niya dun eh. But if Miss Silvestre would be taking the soft drinks and the bottle in her place, will the sari-sari store staff require Miss Silvestre to pay the deposit of the bottle? Answer please. Opo, kasi yes. Is there any question, Mr. Pineda? Okay, so class, I have to extend hanggang alas 3 po tayo. Kasi po, I'm finishing this up. Okay? So pagka po yung container, ganun din po sa bote. Kasi po, pag bumibili po tayo ng soft drinks, binabayaran lang po natin yung laman, hindi po kasama yung bote. But if we will be bringing the bottle together with the contents in our place, then the sari-sari store will require, pag-deposito ka, tama po ba, Miss Silvestre? Tama po ba? Ngayon, kung ang laman po ng soft drinks is 10 pesos, yung bote po 5 pesos, babayaran mo sa kanya, hindi po 10 kasi iuwi mo yung bote. So 15 pesos po. Tama ba, Miss Silvestre? Tapos po, pagka nainom mo na, nasa bahay ka na, nainom mo na, ibabalik mo yung bote. Babalik ba sa'yo? Yes po, kasi po, nagdeposito ka. Sa container, ganun din po. Kaya po may container deposit. Okay? Now, iba pong usapan sa container. Yung bote po, bote-bote lang pinag-uusapan natin, magkano lang po yan. Dito po, sa container deposit, we're talking here, not hundreds, but we're talking here of thousands of pesos. And the container deposit depends upon the size of the container and the place to where the loaded container is to be delivered. Pag mas malayo po, within Metro Manila, ito po ang charge nila. Pag outside of Metro Manila, mas mataas po ang charge nila sa container deposit. But remember, container deposit is refundable. Binabalik po yan. Okay? Now, assuming, ito po yung loaded. Nakikita nyo po. Okay? So, may container guarantee ka na, And the shipping line will ask the importer to pay a container deposit. Assuming po, 15K po ang container deposit. Babayaran po yan ng importer. Sa kanino po babayaran? Sa shipping line po. What is the purpose of the container deposit? To make sure that the importer, after use of the container, then the importer will return the empty. Kasi po, may deposito pa. Meron pang container guarantee. Maliwanag po? Okay. Maliwanag. Mr. Pineda, Ms. Silvestre, Mrs. Naintindihan niyo ako ha? Ms. Rivera, makinig ka. Para pagka tinanong kita, wag mo kong tatanungin kung anong gagawin mo. Okay? Baka akala ninyo kung ano lang yan. 15K po. Kailan dapat ibalik yung container, yung empty container? Within 72 hours or 3 days po. Tama po ba? Assuming po. Ayan ha. Bago po palabasin yan ng shipping line ng arrastre contractor, yung loaded container, may container guarantee, meron pang container deposit. And before the shipping line allows the customs broker to withdraw the loaded container, mag-i-issue po ang shipping line ng sinasabing, nakikita nyo to? CRO? Guys, nakikita nyo? Ito, mag-i-issue ang shipping line ng, yan, CRO po. Nakita nyo na? CRO stands for Container Release Order. Mag-i-issue po yan ang shipping line. That CRO will now allow the customs broker to withdraw the loaded container. Pwede na po niyang kunin sa loob ng customs. And aside from that, ito shipping line po ito ha. Ito naman pong EIR is arrastre contractor. What does EIR stands for or stand for? Equipment Interchange Receipt po. So, dala-dalawa po. And what is contained in the CRO or EIR, of course, is the container number and the name of the shipping line that owns the container po. And, of course, the condition and the physical condition of the loaded container. So nakalagay po dyan sa container release order kung anong kondisyon. May sira ba or walang sira. Sa EIR naman po, i-issue naman po ng arrastre contractor. Okay? So, meron na po, no? Bago makalabas, mag-i-issue ng CRO, ang shipping line, then mag-i-issue rin ng EIR naman ang arrastre contractor or operator. Nakapagbayad na, 15K. Tama po ba? Inilabas na ngayon, dinala po sa warehouse. Nakikita nyo po, warehouse? Nandiyan po, dinala na po yung loaded container sa warehouse po. Guys, nakikita ba? Guys, okay, nandiyan na po, dinala na po yung, nandito na po. At in-strip po, dinala na po yung sa warehouse yung laman. Ano na ngayon ang tawag dito? It's empty already. Kailan daw dapat ibalik? 72 hours or 3 days po. Tama? Kung kailan mo winidraw, kung anong oras at itong araw mo winidraw, dapat within 72 hours or 3 days, the importer should return the empty. Otherwise, ano po ang epekto after 3 days or after 72 hours? Mr. Relabo, ano epekto? Hindi po. Ang demorahe po, nasa loob po, nasa labas na po siya. Detention po ang babayaran. Lolo, ikaw may season, tanda mo yan, ha? Pagka po nasa loob pa, demorahe. Pag nasa labas na, empty na po. At empty na po siya, detention po. Ang demorahe po, loaded pa. Ang detention po, empty na po siya. Maliwanag po. Yes, Ms. Silvestre, do you have any question regarding that? Assuming na ibalik po after 3 days po. Pang-apat. So meron pong ilang araw po ang detention? Isa po. Tama po ba? Tama po ba? Okay, may isang 1 day detention po. Tama. Kasi po 3 days, lumagpas ka ng 3 days, meron kang 1 day. Tama ba? Assuming the detention charges or detention charge for 1 day, let's say is 500 pesos. Okay. Pagbalik po ng MT, mag-a-apply po ng refund si importer. Tama po ba? Okay. Magkano po dapat i-refund? Teka muna. Magkano ang dapat i-refund? Ikaw po, Miss Silvestre, magkano po dapat ang refund? Yes. Magkano na ba lang dapat ibalik? Ikaw, Mr. Pineda, magkano rin ibabalik? Kasi po, ibabawas na kagad-kagad yung detention mo dun sa deposito mo. Ganyan kasigurista ang shipping line. Did you get it, Miss Season? Kita mo, ang galing, ano? Kung 2 days po yan, 1,000. Ibabawas ngayon sa 15K. Pag refund, magugulat ka, 15 yung binayaran ko. Sir, may detention po kayo. Ilang araw po? 2. 500 per day, 1,000. 15K minus 1,000, 14K na lang po ang i-refund ko sa inyo. Okay? Miss Rivera, naintindihan mo yung sinabi ko? Mr. Verano, naintindihan? Miss Reyes, naintindihan? Okay. Ngayon, assuming naibalik naman po within 72 hours or within 3 days yung MT. However, binawasan na naman ni shipping line yung 15K. Ang binawas is 2,000 pesos. So ibabalik na lang, magkano na lang? Magkano binabalik na lang? If you were the customs broker representing the importer, you know what has been deposited is 15K and yet the shipping line is only returning 13K. Would you question them? Why? What are you going to question them? Ano ang tatanong mo sa kanila? Ikaw naman Miss Season, ikaw ang shipping line. Tinanong ka ni Mr. Pineda, bakit mo binawasan ng 2,000? Can you explain it? What would be your explanation? Hindi mo alam. Ikaw, Mr. Relebo, hindi mo rin alam. Miss Silvestre, yes po, may sira po yung container. May sira po, Mr. Relebo. Hindi ko talaga sasabihin sa inyo kasi gusto ko mag-isip kayo, ba't binawasan? Kasi po, nung ibinalik po yung empty container po, merong butas dito. Pag may butas po yan, sino po magre-repair niyan, Mr. Relebo? Shipping line. Tama, Miss Season? Sino po magbabayad niyan? Shipping line. Tama po ba? Sa pagpaparepair. Kanino i-charge ni shipping line yon? Dito po sa container deposit. Kaya nga, there are some instances wherein this is the deposit but actual refund, it's less than the amount of deposit. Why? Because the container has been or has some damage po. At ni-repair po siya ng shipping line po. Maliwanag po ba? Maliwanag po ba? Nung inilabas mo, maayos. Nung ibinalik mo, may yupi, may butas po. I-repair po ng shipping line. Gagastos po ang shipping line. Kanino po hahabulin ni shipping line yung expenses in repairing the damage? Of course, against the importer. Where? From the container deposit po. Maliwanag? Maliwanag po? Mr. Relebo, nung inilabas yung loaded container, napakalinis po. Walang putik. Nung ibinalik within 72 hours, walang sira, pero napakadumi. Nilinisan ng shipping line. At gumastos ang shipping line in cleaning or washing the empty container. I-charge ba yon sa importer? I-charge po yan. I-charge po, kasama po, yes po, ang cleaning at washing. Imagine, ha? Nung inilabas mo, ang presumption malinis. Nung ibinalik mo, tinignan, ang dumi. Lilinisan po yan. Pag nilinisan po yan, may bayad po yan. Saan po ibabawas? Doon po, sa container deposit. Did you get it, Miss Silvestre? Ganun po. Lahat po yan. Naintindihan po? O, alam nyo na ngayon, what is the mechanics of container deposit? Miss Season, paki-summarize nga yung lecture ko regarding storage charges, demurrage, detention period, pre-storage period, sige nga, EIR, CRO, sige, i-summarize mo. Sige, magsalita ka, English! Yes, go ahead. Applicable, hindi apply. To vote. Okay, go ahead. Okay. Ang ganda ng English na yan. It's on the outside. Baka it's outside. It's in, hindi po it's on the. It's in the. Okay. Okay, stop from there. Miss Silvestre, can you define to me what is a container deposit? Mr. Pineda! Oh, ikaw, Miss Silvestre, hindi ka nagbabasa. Nandun po sa baba yung definition po. Ay, yung nga pala, buti ka tinuklaw, ne? Mr. Relebo, hinahanap niya yung definition, hindi niya alam, nasa baba. Halatang hindi ka nagbabasa ng advance, Miss Silvestre. Yan o, nakita mo. Ayan o, ayan po o. O ngayon, Miss Silvestre, pakidefine mo naman sa akin ng container deposit. Baka mamaya mag-invento ka na naman dyan. Sige, go ahead. Huwag ka magalala. Tumatawa lang ako mag-isa. Safe. Galing. Galing, no? Dandan lang pala, no? Kung ano na pa pinagsasasabi mo, nanguhula ka. Ikaw, Jason, nanguhula ka ng deposito, no? Hindi, nabasa mo yan. Siyempre, ikaw pa, nabasa mo yan. Ang sipag mo na yan. Ikaw, Miss Silvestre, ayun, nasa baba na. Diyan lang pala yung tinanong niya. Oh. Sayang, no? Tama, Miss Silvestre? So, it is a refundable amount. Binabayad po yan. Alam mo, kahit paikot-ikutin mo, ako kahit ano, kaya kong paikot-ikutin yan. Kaya lang, kabisado ko kasi, kaya ko tinatanong kayo, para at least, pagka napapahiya ko kayo, okay, at least, hindi nyo malilimutan yan, ayan pala ang container deposit. Mr. Relevo, naintindihan mo na ngayon ang container deposit. Alam mo na ngayon ang difference ng demurrage versus detention. Hindi ka na nalilito ngayon. O yan ha, tandaan mo yan ha. Okay. Miss Silvestre, container deposit. Does container deposit applies to LCL and FCL? Ayan, baka may sumagot ka sa akin ng yes. Sa LCL po, wala pong container deposit. Maliwanag, Miss Silvestre? Miss Reyes, baka pagdating ng araw, magbayad ka ng container deposit. Ano yung nilabas mo? Isang karton po. Ay, tanga. Ba't magbabayad? Karton nga lang nilabas mo. Maliwanag, Mr. Relevo? Ay, naku, kawawa naman kayo. Nagsisimula pa lang tayo, guys. Sa letter preparation pa lang, wala pa tayo doon sa mismong naku, Diyos ko, kumbaga, appetizer pa lang ito, Miss Silvestre, Miss Season. Mahirap ito subject nito, kaya inaayawan nila ito. Kasi dito, you have to be experienced or you have to be in the practice before handling this subject. Hindi basta-basta kung sino nagtuturo nito dahil hindi nila ma-explain to. Ms. Silvestre, ang container deposit depends upon where the container is to be delivered. The farther the delivery area, the greater container deposit. The longer the size the container, the greater container deposit po. Right, Miss Silvestre? That's the rule. Okay? Now, let us now move on to your OLC po. Meron pa bang magtatanong? Open question tayo. OLC na po. Dito na natin gamitin yung OLC, wag na tayo mag-zoom. Or you want Zoom? Ayoko na mag-Zoom, dito na lang, diretso na tayo. Lilipat pa tayo. Go! Talavera, do you have any question? Huwag kayong mahihiya, huwag kayong matatakot. I am open to inquiry and question. Yan ang gusto ko. Yan ang gustong-gusto ko. Yes, go ahead. Miss Six-Footer. Akin po, simula po tayo sa simula. Wala pong i-continue. Kasi po, gumawa po siya ng sarili niya. Yung ginawa niya po, advance. Ako po, basic. Kasi po, kailangan nyo ng basic. Okay, Miss Season? Ay, talaga naman wala kayong maintindihan dahil kalating module lang yun. Puro copy-paste pa yon. At saka huwag kayong maniniwala na yung iba, presume na, alam nyo na, no, that is incorrect. Hindi pa na ituturo po yung iba, lalo na specifically, the CMTA provisions. Maliwanag, Mr. Relevo, Mr. Pineda? Hindi pwede pong sasabihin na alam nyo na yan. No, hindi pa nga po na ituturo eh. At ikaw po dapat, Mr. Remoquillo, magturo niyan. Ano, hindi po. Kasi po ikaw ang magtuturo niyan. Kasi po hindi pa nadadaanan yan. Kasi yung subject na yung CMTA provision regarding import clearance and formalities, sa Customs 5 po nakalagay yan. Kaya wala pa po yan sa Customs 1, 2, 3, 4. Maliwanag po, guys. Yan ang hirap kasi sa mga ito, mga bagito pa lang eh. Murang mga uhugin pa eh. Kala nila kung ano na lang ang pagtuturo. Ngayon, kahapon, kinausap ako ni Dr. Kalma. You know what Dr. Kalma said to me? Babalik daw po siya. Siya daw uli po mag-handle nito. Itutuloy niya daw po ngayon, January. Ang, ang sabi ko sa kanya, it's alright. Kaya lang po, expired na yung kontrata niya. O, yun nakita mo ha. Hindi nila alam, expired na yung kontrata. How can you ask or how can you allow someone to teach when in fact, the contract is already expired. Di ba? Wala nang basis, right? Kasi hanggang December 19 lang yung kontrata, tapos tuturo niya, January, eh wala na siyang kontrata eh. Sinabihan ko sila sa baba. Akala nila, kung ano yung sinasabi, tama po, kasi expired na yung kontrata, hindi nyo pwede pagturuin. What if mag-complain yung, magreklamo yung mga bata, Mr. Relebo, kaya nyo ba magreklamo? Yes, pwede kayong magreklamo. Anong yes? Anong yes ata? Totoong pwede kayong magreklamo kasi expire na yung kontrata mo, sir. Tama ba? Unang-una, kaya naman sabi ko naman kay Dr. Kalma na, ma'am, kahit na po hindi pa expire ang kontrata niyan, granting po, hindi expire ang kontrata niya. Ayaw na po ng mga bata sa kanya. It is now, it is the second time around that he abandoned the students. Ang problema, ang laging biktima, first batch ng K-12. Di ba, Miss Silvestre? Di ba, Miss Season? First year kayo, inabandon kayo, right? Sino sumalo? Sino nag-prostitute? Hindi pala prostitute, substitute pala. Baka bakala nila, basta si Mr. Doroteo, prostitute na pala siya ngayon. Tapos ngayon, substitute na naman ako, Miss Reyes, tama ba? Anong ginagawa sa akin, Miss Silvestre? Anong tawag mo? Shock absorber or panakip butas. Buti na lang, merong ganun. Okay? So, yan. Hindi ko pinamumukha sa inyo na utang na loob niyo sa akin. Hindi po. Obligasyon ko pong saluhin yung hindi nila ituturo. Okay? You know, class, I hate this. And I know you also hate this because you're still on vacation, right? Diba? Facebook lang tayo, Mr. Relevo, pa ML lang tayo, tama? And yet, may nagtuturo. Ang sipag naman itong gagon na to. Bakasyon tuturuan kami. Tama ba? May magagawa ba tayo? Wala rin kayo magagawa. Wala rin ako magagawa because I substituted Mr. Ramoquillo. Okay? Sino ba itong mga nandito? Miss Salazar, how are you? Okay. Do you have any question? OLC na po. Kung ano, Mr. Relebo, may tanong ka ba? Kanina, tanong ni Miss Season kung itutuloy ko ba. Saan ba tayo magsisimula? Simula po tayo from the very beginning, Miss Season, right? Tatanungin mo ba sa akin hanggang kailan? March 4. And every week, meron ba akong budget? Yes, grabe, no? Kailangan, pag nakalagay na tayo sa petsang ganito, tapos na tayo doon, right? Ang ganda, di ba? Hindi pwedeng wardi-wardi, kailangan may target date, right? Tama ba, Miss Season? Kaya may masusundan kayo, oy, si Mr. Doroteo, late na. No, sasabayan po natin yung per week basis natin. Kailangan every week, sa pool natin yung target. Tama? Miss Silvestre? Relebo, your question, please. Apo. 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 Yes, of course. Siya magpa-process nun. So, ang mag-i-issue ng, mag-execute ng container guarantee is the importer. But it will be processed by the customs broker. Kaya po nakalagay doon, please allow, nakalagay po dito, Mr. Relevo, please allow our customs broker, name of the broker, siya po ang nagpo-process. Maliwanag po. Do you have any question? Pineda, question. Hindi, magtanong ka. Gusto ko marami kang tanong. Sige, tanongin mo ako. Gusto ko tanongin mo ako ng tanongin. Hindi, gusto ko tanongin mo ako eh. Dahil, kunwari, hindi ko masyado na ipaliwanag. Tanong mo, tanong mo. Sige, tanong mo. Kahit saan, tanongin mo. Ako may... hindi, ikaw na ako magtatanong. Okay, tanongin ko kayo, ano? Hindi na naibalik yung empty container. Okay? May depositong 15,000. Yung empty container, 150,000. O ano mangyayari ngayon? Yes. No more refund of 15,000, but 135,000 will be pursued by the shipping line against the importer. Did you get it? Very good. Ganun po kasimple. Yes, iba pa po. Kaya kunyari po, yung container deposit, hindi, yung container deposit only assures for detention, washing, cleaning, and slight damage of the container. Did you get it? Ulitin ko po, container deposit answers only for detention, slight repair cost, washing and cleaning of the container. Container deposit does not answer for the whole value of the empty container. Did you get it? Pa, wala sumasagot sa akin. Are you still there? Ang sarap pagturo eh. No? Ang sarap talaga pagka yung face-to-face. Siguro ang daming nakatayo sa akin habang nagtatanong ako. Kaya namimiss ko ng mamahiya eh. Dito kahit hindi ka, si Pinyon, ito si Pinyon naka-online, no? Tingnan mo yan, no? Pag tinawag mo yan, wala. Dead ma lang yan. Okay, sino ba nandito? Miss Painado. Okay. Miss Manatad. Ba, walang sumasagot sa akin. Mr. Payabia. Yes, yes, yes. Ano ba? Ano ang sabi nila? Ano, no? Wala po, wala po. Wala po tayong gagawing computation dito. Huwag kayong mag-alala, walang computation to. This is only what? Correspondence and letter preparation po. Diyan maglalabasan yung mga English ninyong itinatago sa baol. Kaya lang, pag mag-check ako ng mga letter ninyo, pag malungkot ako, babasahin ko lang yung letter mo. Mawawala na, hindi na ako malulungkot. Lalo na pag kasi season yun yung gumawa ng letter. Okay. Ay, pangit. Ay, mali ang English, mali ang grammar. Ito mo, Diyos ko. Hindi lang ikaw, marami kayo. Yan, no, si Miss Salazar, nako, si Miss Salazar, tingnan ko. Baka maging kulot uli yung buhok niya ito si Miss Salazar pag kinantsawan ko yung sulat niya. Ngayon, hindi ko mapapansin, Mr. Relevo, mapapansin ba kung pangit ang sulat mo? Kasi computerized po. At least doon, paano, hindi ko kayo mapagtatawanan. Pero pagdating sa English, kitang-kita ko ang mali ninyo. Right, Mr. Relevo? Okay, yan ang problema. Alam mo pa naman ako, wala, alam mo, pag nag-check ako ng mga letter, wala akong tiyaga. Pag nakita ko, pangit. Tama na yung 70 dyan. Yan, okay na yan. Next. 70, pangit na naman eh. Bakit? Titignan ko pala, letterhead, pangit ng letterhead. Umpisa pa lang, mali na kagad. Oh, 70, wala na. Ganun ako mag-check. Kasi bakit? Pag inisa-isa ko yan, sasakit ang mata ko dyan. Oo nga, tawa ako ng tawa, pero sasakit naman ang mata ko. Ayoko mangyari sa akin yun. Miss Pineda, ayusin mo yung sulat. Wag na yung sulat kasi naka-computer kayo eh. Class, always make the letter in MS Word. I hate PDF. Pag may nag-PDF, automatic 70 na kagad. Maliwanag po? Okay. Yes. Bakit hindi pa kayo gumagawa? Gumawa na kayo. Kagabi pa deadline yun ah. Ano? Hindi, kahit na. Alam nyo naman yun. May format na ako. Kayo naman, magpapalusot pa kayo. Wag nyo ako paikutan. Tanda-tanda ko na, paikutan nyo pa ako. Ay, sandali lang po. Customs broker nga, nakagawa kayo. Importers pa, hindi kayo makakagawa. Mr. Relebo, huwag nyo akong paikutan. Tanda-tanda ko na. Ay, hindi kayo dapat i-inform. Alam nyo, may sample ba akong binigay sa inyo? Okay, posible namang, ano kaya ang ikaw, Miss Silvestre, wala akong pakialam dun sa A. Alam nyo yan na may gagawin kayo. Kasi gumagawa tayo ng letter, sigurado gagawa kayo. Wala akong pakialam dyan. Ay, wag nyo nga akong bibigyan ng alibay. Ang hina ng alibay ninyo, no? Tapos tatanungin nyo sa akin, baka may nagtanong pa sa akin dyan, ano kaya ang gagawin sa broker's letterhead? Oh, sasagutin ko kayo. Pag nasa CR kayo, wala kayong pamunas, yun ang gamitin nyo po. Grabe kayo. Boy, huwag din namang iasa sa akin lahat. Ikaw, Mr. Pineda, mangangatwiran ka pa, wala pa akong lecture sa B, ha? Sa A pa lang. Bakit? Hindi ba kayo nag-uusap-usap? Ba, walang sumasagot, ha? Hindi kayo nagtatanong? Kaaway nyo lahat ang sa kabilang section? Hindi kayo nag-uusap? Ikaw, Mr. Pineda, wala kang kaibigan doon sa kabilang section? Wala. Hindi. Gusto ko deadline eh. Bakit? Pag sinabi kong deadline, lahat kayo gagawa. O, teka muna. Sandali lang. Huwag tayong gumawa kayo ng separate group chat. Burahin nyo na yung Customs 5. Ang Customs 5, dalawang group chat. 3A and 3B. Klaro, Miss Silvestre? Okay, wala na po yung Customs 5. Gagamitin na po natin is Customs 5 3A and Customs 5 3B. Maliwanag, Mr. Relebo? Teka muna, Mr. Pineda, nangangatwiran pa itong dalawa na to si Season eh. Yung message ko, pumapasok ba sa Customs 5? Nababasa nyo ba lahat? Nababasa nyo lahat? Sandali lang po. Kung nababasa nyo lahat, then alam nyo kung ano yung pinapagawa ko sa A. Nababasa nyo rin, tama? Teka muna, maraming namamatay sa akala, Miss Silvestre. Ibig sabihin, binabasa nyo. Para sa 3A lang yan. Bakit pa tayo gumawa ng group chat na Customs 5? Di ba? Ibig sabihin po, Customs 5, both 3 and A, both 3A and 3B. Tama, Mr. Relebo? Parang wala akong kakampi dito. Pinagtutulungan yata ako ng 3B ba to? Okay. Wala nakasabi. Wala nagtanong. May nagtanong? Hindi kayo nagtanong. Kayo nagtanong? Pero dapat ba tanungin niyo ako? Yes, go ahead. Yes? Yes? O di si Bibi, para wala tayong pagtalunan. Wala akong abogado ngayon dito. Ilang kayong kalabang ko, lahat ng 3B kalabang ko. Okay. Ang deadline, mamyang gabi, 8:30. Clear? yun, ayun lang ang magandang narinig ko sa inyo. Thank you. Para naman maging fair. Oh, yan. Oh, ngayon, Eb, yes, go ahead. Ang dami nitong question ni Miss Silvestre. Ang daming tanong ni Miss Silvestre, Mr. Pineda. Ano ba to? Okay, go. Oh, yung customs broker letterhead, tapos na kayo? Pwede baguhin, wala namang problema eh. Pwede. Ganon ba? Siguro, pwede baguhin. Pagandahin ninyo, make-upan ninyo. Pero wag niyong gagayahin yung sa kilala kong isa. Mas malaki pa yung logo sa kanya. Ha? Ayusin. Ayusin nyo. Pati nakita ko, alam mo yung, Mr. Relebo? Mr. Relebo? Nakita ko yung letterhead niya, parang duwende. Parang duwende na may sombrero. Pakita mo nga, Mrs. Wag mo na ipakita, Mrs. Baka mataba ka, ano, mapulaan ka lang. Eh. Okay. So, anong ginanda doon? Diyos ko, yung pinaka letterhead nauumpog doon sa edge ng paper, yung logo. Pinagpatong-batong ba naman tapos may spacing pa yung office address, email address. Eh di, Mr. Relebo, kalahati pa lang occupied na kagad. Totoo. Ayusin ninyo, make it simple. Deadline ng customs broker letterhead at saka importers letterhead, 8:30 mamyang gabi. Maliwanag po? Salamat ha. Mabait ako ngayon. Salamat. Mr. Verano, do you have any question? Yes. May question pa. Gusto ko magtanong kayo. Huwag na si Miss Season, si Miss Silvestre, ang daming tanong. Okay. Ayoko na magtanong si Silvestre, tanong ng tanong. Ano pa? Okay, go ahead, Miss Season. Eto, ipakikita ko sa inyo. Yan. Mayigi na, i-brought out mo yan. Yung recorded ko nung sa 3A, maaring may konting difference with your recorded or in the recorded in 3B. But reconcile it. Maliwanag? So, pwede nyo mapanood parehas. Kung 3A ka, pwede mong panoorin yung 3B recording ko. If you're 3B, you can also watch my 3A recording. Fair? Fair, class? Nakakaya naman sa inyo. Ang bait-bait niya. Sana kunin na siya ni Lord. Paano? Wala na tayong pag-uusapan? Miss Badyaw, Salazar, anong question? Galit pa yata, Miss Reyes si Badyaw. Mukhang galit yata si Badyaw. Hindi, galit eh. Miss Black Beauty. Badyaw, mukhang badyaw kasi. Sabi ni, hindi ako tumatawag daw. Sabi ni Miss Reyes, Miss Salazar, mukha ka daw badyaw. Ang alam kong mga badyaw, yun yung pumapasok doon sa loob ng jeep tapos lilinisan yung sapatos mo. Di ba, Mr. Relebo, ganun yun? Yung mga nagtatambol, lalas nakaangkas doon sa may likuran at magbibigay ng sobre, tama ba? Ikaw naman, Miss Reyes, kung manlait ka naman, grabe ka naman, tawagin mong badyaw yung tao, ang ganda-ganda ng tao. Hindi na. Gano'n. Miss Rivera. Nandiyan ka pa ba, Miss Rivera? Kumusta naman ang kulay mo ngayon? Meron kang picture na nakaraan, hindi na ako nag-comment eh. Kasi medyo madilim yung background, Mr. Pineda, hindi na ako nag-comment. Kasi baka magalit na naman. Hindi, sa totoo lang, nakita mo yung Mr. Pineda yung picture niya? Di Di ba medyo madilim yung background kasi gusto ko sana mag-comment. Kaya lang baka mamaya meron na naman masabi. Miss Silvestre, final question, please. Yes, go ahead. Hindi ko kailangan yung letterhead. I want the design. Gusto ko lang makita yung design. O, di magpasa kayo. Wala pa. Kasi bakit? Mag-iisip pa kayo ng sarili ninyo. Hindi nyo naman pwedeng gayahin sa akin. Mr. Relevo, question. Hindi, ako may question. Mr. Relevo, may tanong ako. Relevo, pwede bang gayahin nyo yung format ko at ginawa kong company profile? Mr. Pineda, pwede bang gayahin nyo yung ginawa ko? Miss Reyes, pwede bang gayahin yung ginawa ko? Subukan nyo lang gayahin. Okay? Pagka yan hindi nyo ginaya, Miss Season, lalabas yung mga English mong nakatago sa baul. Yeah. Yes, of course. Sa inyo lahat. Papadala ko, naka-record itong nila-lecture ko. Okay? Kaya lang po, medyo, alam mo naman, yung kahapon po, medyo may diferensya ang internet connection, kaya paputol-putol. Pero, i-reconcile nyo na lang with yours and they reconcile it with you, with your recording din. Kung mapalitan lang kayo, tapos read the modules and read the materials. Ganun po ang pag-aaral. Miss Silvestre, question. Yes, go ahead. Ay, salamat, Miss Silvestre. Thank you, Ber. Ay, di, meron pa, open pa ako. Wala namang problema eh. Wala na, okay. Sino pa bang nandyan? Kasi itong mga nakita ko dito, parang ano eh. Para bang yung they invoke their right to remain silent, Mr. Relevo? Ang dami dito eh, oh. Ang dami. Magtatawag ako ha. Miss Mariano, Miss Beautiful, how are you? Pineda, wala na yata si Miss Mariano. Nandiyan ka. Ako pa tinatanong Mr. Pineda kung bakit daw. Namimiss. Ang kapal naman ng mukha nito isa na to, Mr. Pineda. Ang, wala kang tanong? Ang galing. Very good. Yan ang gusto ko. At saka, Mr. Pineda, yung bang kare-kare, tapos na, naluto nyo na. Mr. Relevo, tapos na yung kare-kare. Sige, go ahead. Ha? Magko-comment ako, kausap mo si Miss Mendoza. Kayong dalawa. Kasi nga, ayoko mag-comment sa inyo. Ayoko sumali sa usapan ni Mendoza at ni Mariano. Kasi, mahirap na. Baka mapagkamalan din ako. Mahirap na, di ba, Mr. Pineda? Hindi, ayoko talagang sumali sa usapan nyo ni Miss Mendoza at ikaw. Kasi baka mamaya, si Sir meron na rin yata. Di ba, Mr. Pineda? Kita mo, Mr. Pineda, natata. Mr. Relevo, minsan you join Miss Mariano and Miss Mendoza in their chat. Sumali ka naman. Ba, mapili ito. Miss Tapang, how are you? Okay. Diyos ko naman, ayokong nag-uusap kayo, kayong dalawa ni Miss Mendoza. Ayokong makisal. Sige, pag nag-mention mo, magre-reply ako. Okay, pagka gusto ko mag-reply, kasi baka mamaya mag-reply ako, baka mamaya sasabihin ko lang, NC. No comment. Ganun lang. Simple lang. Sino ba bang Miss UC, how are you? Okay na. Okay na. Uh, yes. Miss UC, do you have any question? Okay. Sandali lang. Mr. Payabyab, do you have any question? Ay, di problema ni... Diyos ko naman. Alam mo problema. Ikaw, Mr. Relebo, ano sagot mo doon? Mr. Pineda, tulungan mo. Huwag niyong idahilan sa akin na may trabaho. Okay, kasi kung pagsasabayin niyo yung trabaho at saka yung paggawa ng, ay, mahirap yan. Baka hindi niyo kayanin ako. Okay? Miss Pinyon, nandiyan ba si Miss Pinyon? Si Miss Move On. Si Miss Hugot. Nandiyan si Miss Hugot pala. Okay. Good afternoon, Miss Pinyon. Nandiyan ka pa pala? Sino in charge ng attendance dito, Miss Silvestre? Mr. Pineda, you're in charge. Mr. Pineda, walang korupsyon pagkandating sa attendance, ha? Tanda mo yan, ha? Kahit pakiusap, sigurado ka, walang korupsyon dito, ha? Walang bribery, ha? Kahit si, kahit si Miss Mariano makiusap sa'yo, tanda mo yan, ha? Mahirap, ha? Di ba? Miss Mariano, parang parang wala kaya, tingnan mo yung picture niya, Mr. Relevo, parang wala siyang damit, ne? Hindi pa, wala kang damit eh. Okay, guys, you're this. Okay, ay talagang ganon. Iba ko may X-ray yung ano ko, mga ano tawag ito, yung bio yung mata ko eh. Okay, guys, since you don't have any question, then again, good afternoon and good day. See you again this Thursday. You're dismissed. Sir, paki-record na to ni. Okay, sir, naka-record siya, no? Okay, sige.